Chapter 1144. Yang Kai hadn't expected the Sure of an origin returning realm master to be so powerful. The Hongjin brothers had fallen into Yang Inflammation's spirit array and were still able to block his golden blood attacks. This only further strengthened Yang Kai's determination to kill these two. Yang Kai's figure followed closely behind the 10,000 streaks of golden light as the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. The people outside the spirit array were stunned when Yang Kai rushed in, but soon, they heard the screams and curses of Hong Zhun and his senior brother. Immediately, a violent energy fluctuation came from a certain place and a figure shot out from inside. The one who flew out was Yang Kai, and as he flew through the air, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood that glowed dazzlingly under the afterglow of the setting sun. His face was extremely pale, and the demonic flame sword in his hand was almost extinguished, his Saint Qi unstable. Everyone could see that his chest had caved in significantly. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's face paled as she hurriedly rushed up to catch Yang Kai, the force of the collision forcing her back a dozen steps before she was barely able to stand. Not having stabilized himself, Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of golden blood before waving his hand to Wu Yi, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged, his sunken chest rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Hong Zhun and his senior brother gasping could be heard from the area enveloped by the mist. The two of them were actually still alive. But as for what happened to them, no one except for Yang Inflammation could see. Who's still fighting? A figure fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. Everyone who was swept by this aura couldn't help shivering. Xia Hongwen's body trembled like a sieve, not daring to speak. Elder Qian. Luo Qing quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists to Qian Tong. Where's nephew Yang? After Qian Tong landed, the first thing he did was ask about Yang Kai's condition. However, before Luo Qing could answer, he discovered that Yang Kai was recuperating. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that Yang Kai's injuries were not light. Qian Tong's gloomy old face became even gloomier, like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, and Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall didn't have much time left. If a suitable replacement couldn't be found before Grandmaster Gulin passed away, the origin-grade artifacts of Shadow Moon Hall would have to be purchased from other great forces, and if they were damaged, they would have to find origin-grade artifact refiners from other great forces to repair them. This wasn't just a matter of a single origin-grade artifact refiner. It was related to Shadow Moon Hall's ability to deal with other great forces. If the fate of origin-grade artifacts fell into the hands of others, Shadow Moon Hall would have to pay an unimaginable price. As such, Qian Tong had rushed over as soon as he received Luo Qing's message. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for Yang Kai. Qian Tong had clearly sent out an image of Yang Kai, yet someone still dared to oppose him. Had they eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Now that he saw that Yang Kai was injured, Qian Tong immediately wanted to step forward, but just as he was about to move, he paused and stared at the location of the spirit array in shock, his eyes narrowing as he cried out, "A Grandmaster-grade spirit array?" Qian Tong's strength was higher than Hong Zhun's and his knowledge was also wider, so he could tell at a glance that this spirit array was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't see what was inside clearly. Inside the cave, there were many people around Yang Kai who were staring at him vigilantly. Qian Tong immediately understood that these people were very wary of him, so it wasn't necessarily a good idea to approach them at this time. Considering all this, he quickly shouted, "Nephew Yang, this old master has a wild rose pill here. It has some healing effects. If you don't mind, please take it quickly." Saying so, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and tossed a jade bottle over. He understood that Yang Kai couldn't answer him right now, let alone respond, but he had to make his position clear so that the people around Yang Kai wouldn't be too nervous. Sure enough, after listening to his words, Wu Yi, Yang Yin, and the others relaxed a lot. Wu Yi reached out and took the jade bottle, politely saying, "Thank you, senior." She appeared to be indifferent and calm, but in fact, her heart was already in a perilous situation. The wild rose pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill. Its main material was a St. King-grade high-rank blood-colored rose. This material wasn't difficult to find, but it was extremely difficult to refine. An origin-grade low-rank alchemist refining 10 furnaces of wild rose pills would have a 30% success rate. The difficulty of refining this kind of healing pill was no less than that of refining an origin-grade low-rank pill. Why was Qian Tong treating Yang Kai so well? What was the relationship between the two? He even took out a precious wild rose pill. If she hadn't personally brought Yang Kai back from the starfield and learned that he came from the outside world, Wu Yi would definitely have suspected that Yang Kai was the son of one of the Shadow Moon Hall's elders. Just as she was about to take out the wild rose pill and give it to Yang Kai's weak voice sounded in her ears, "No need." Of course, he didn't need Qian Tong's pill. The healing pill he had just taken was something he had refined himself. Although its grade was slightly lower than the wild rose pill, with his physique, even if he didn't take it, he wouldn't have any problems. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would be able to fully recover. The reason why he took this pill was because he wasn't sure which side Qian Tong would stand on. If Qian Tong chose to stand against him, he would have to fight again. Fortunately, Qian Tong had shown him goodwill as soon as he arrived, which gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Regardless of what purpose he had for showing him goodwill, as long as Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent, it was fine. What happened? Tell me in detail. Qian Tong's face became gloomy again as his eyes swept over the trembling Xia Hongwan and the spirit array before he turned to Luo Qing and asked faintly. Luo Qing didn't dare to hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. When he heard that Xia Hongwan had dared to kill Yang Kai after receiving his orders, Qian Tong was furious and slapped him. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Hongwan was sent flying. He spun a few times on the spot before he fell to the ground. Elder Qian. Xia Hongwan's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Several of his teeth had fallen out and his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only cry out pitifully. If you didn't have a deacon father, you would have died today. Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Xia Hongwan heard this and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes, but he still kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Since Qian Tong said so, it meant that he wouldn't kill him. Xia Hongwan came back to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked. Don't be so quick to thank me. I didn't kill you. But that doesn't mean others won't. Your life or death is still up to Nephew Yang to decide. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Xia Hongwan was dumbstruck. He never thought that the little brat he had looked down on before would now be able to control his life and death. Thinking of his previous attitude towards him, Xia Hongwan wanted to cry but had no tears. Falling into that little brat's hands, what good could he do? But what was his origin? Why was Elder Qian Tong so protective of him? Not only did Xia Hongwan not understand, the Su family and Haiku family were also confused. Wu Yi and Yufeng were also confused. Although they couldn't figure it out, they knew that this crisis had passed and all of them wore excited smiles. Su family? Qian Tong turned his eyes to Su Jibing, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said lightly, "From now on, there is no Su family." Su Jibing had completely fainted, and the other Su family cultivators' faces were also pale. They were just a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall, let alone a master like Qian Tong. Even if Xia Hongwan wanted to destroy their Su family, they wouldn't be able to resist. The Su family cultivators all felt regret in their hearts. If they hadn't wanted revenge, they could have at least left the Su family with some bloodline and property so that they could make a comeback in the future. But today, Qian Tong's words had turned the Su family into a cloud of the past. Yes, disciple will handle it. Luo Qing nodded and said to the Su family cultivator, "All of you, follow me." The Su family cultivator knew that their future was bleak, but he didn't dare to disobey. Two of them carried the unconscious Su Jibing and followed behind Luo Qing. Haika family? Qian Tong turned his head to look at Ian. Ian trembled all over and quickly stepped forward. Ian greets Elder Qian. Please show mercy. Ian was confused. Please show mercy. Qian Tong smiled coldly. Your lives will be kept for the time being. How to deal with them will be decided by Nephew Yang. Revenge was only meaningful if he took it himself. He had already killed the Su family with a single sentence, so if he killed the Haiku family as well, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't vent his anger, how could he talk to him about anything else? Hearing Qian Tong's words, Ian's face turned gloomy. He felt that if he fell into Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't have a good end. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up. Although his face was still a little pale, the Saint Chi fluctuations on his body had subsided. Close the spirit array, Yang Kai ordered Yang Yin. Yang Yin nodded, and in the next moment, the thick fog disappeared, revealing an open space in front of the cave. After seeing the tragic state of Hong Zhan and his brother, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, when Yang Kai was sent flying, he seemed to be seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hong Zhan and his brother were fine. But now, they realized that Hong Zhan and his brother's injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it could be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hong Zhan had lost an arm, and Hong Zhan's senior brother had lost a leg. The two of them sat together, looking dispirited as they looked around in fear. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he had still underestimated these origin returning realm masters. He thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan's spirit array, killing these two would be a piece of cake. But the moment he attacked, he realized that he had been wrong. The power of Shi was simply too amazing. When these two Shi superimposed on each other, not only did it interfere with his movements, but it also slowed down his attack speed and allowed him to sense the direction of his attack in advance. If he hadn't used his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hurt them. Chapter 11:45. He had used a drop of golden blood to seriously injure these two, and then cut off their arms and legs. This transaction was a big loss, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily obtained. The Hongzhen brothers shouldn't have much combat strength left at this moment. Any random Saint Realm Master could easily kill them, but now that Qian Tong had arrived, Yang Kai naturally couldn't kill the Shadow Moon Hall's origin returning Realm Master in front of him. If he really did so, Qian Tong would definitely have other ideas. Looking at the Hongzhen brothers with some regret, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards Qian Tong. Nephew Yang, I've frightened you. This old master is ashamed to have come so late. Qian Tong greeted him with a look of fear. As he spoke, he quietly glanced around the cave, fearing that the origin grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai would not be satisfied with his attitude. Qian Tong was also quite annoyed. He had been trying his best to make friends with Yang Kai for the sake of Shadow Moon Hall's future, but that little brat Xiahong had actually dragged him down. How stupid of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger, nor was he seriously injured. On top of that, the origin grade artifact refiner still hadn't shown up, allowing Qian Tong to feel slightly relieved. If this artifact refining Grandmaster really wanted to vent his anger on Shadow Moon Hall, he would have already shown up, but he still hadn't shown up. Obviously, he was very confident in Yang Kai. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct, and the more cautious he became. Qian Tong couldn't be blamed for not being able to figure out the truth. It could only be said that the existence of Yang inflammation was simply too heaven-defying. Qian Tong couldn't have imagined that she was the origin grade artifact refiner he wanted to win over. Elder Qian is too serious, Junior is fine. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Qian Tong had given him a good impression, so even if he had some ulterior motive for showing goodwill, it was only natural. Qian Tong had no intention of plotting against him, and in order to gain a foothold on Shadowed Star, there was no harm in making friends with a Shadow Moon Hall elder. As such, Yang Kai's attitude towards Qian Tong became much more humble, calling him Junior, which made Qian Tong's heart. That's good, that's good. Qian Tong sighed. Elder Qian, please take this wild rose pill back. Junior still has some healing pills on him that he won't be able to use for the time being. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qian, Yang Kai said as he handed the wild rose pill back. Qian Tong's eyes flashed as he immediately understood that Yang Kai didn't want to owe him any favors, so he didn't insist and simply accepted the wild rose pill with a big grin, thinking that Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster behind him. Although he couldn't perform alchemy, he definitely had many good things, So why would he care about a trivial healing pill? Nephew Yang, I've already sent word to Luo Qing to deal with the Su family. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. As for the Haiku family, I can see that they have some kind of relationship with you, so I'll leave them to Nephew Yang to deal with. Qiantong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew how to deal with this matter. He hadn't overstepped his authority just now because he saw many of the Haiku family's cultivators standing on Yang Kai's side. Qiantong didn't know the others, but he knew Wu Yian knew that she was the Haiku family's most talented disciple. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him before glancing over at Ian lightly. Ian's face was pale as he trembled and stepped forward, bowing his head and saying, "I have eyes but failed to see. Honored Sir's arrival, my Haiku family not only failed to entertain you but also offended you. Please punish me." Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking that this Ian was simply too clever. If he had honestly begged for mercy now, out of respect for Wu Yi and the others, Yang Kai might not have pursued this matter. But this Ian actually claimed that he had failed to entertain him properly. Obviously, he thought Yang Kai was a guest who had come to his Dragon Cave mountain. In this world, how could a guest embarrass their host? This was completely unreasonable. Qiantong also understood the meaning behind this old man's words and couldn't help sneering, simply closing his eyes, too lazy to watch this ugly scene. Although your Haiku family has not directly attacked me, I have never shown mercy to those who dare provoke me. Yang Kai stared at Ian coldly. Ian's body went soft and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. "I don't care if you live or die. If you want to live, go ask Wu Yi for help." Ian froze for a moment before his shock turned to joy and he knelt to the ground. "Many thanks, honored sir, for not killing us." He knew that the Haiku family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's character better than him. As long as he asked Wu Yi for help, she would definitely not kill his family. After all, she was also a member of the family. Scram! Yang Kai shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." Ian quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi for help. Nephew Yang's kindness. This old master admires it. If it were this old master, he would have just killed them. Qiantong laughed. Yang Kai just smiled lightly but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to kill Ian in front of Wu Yi. If he killed them in the middle of a fight, it would be fine. But now that they weren't even resisting, there was no point in killing them. No matter how shrewd Ian's calculations were, with his strength, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. "Nephew Yang, this little beast, you decide how to deal with him. This old master will support you unconditionally." Qiantong stretched out his hand and grabbed Xia Hongwan, whose cheeks were swollen and half a tooth missing, before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xia Hongwan indifferently. However, Qiantong keenly noticed that a thick, murderous intent flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing him to be greatly startled. Yang Kai hadn't revealed any murderous intent towards Ian just now, but now that he was facing Xia Hongwan, it was clear he really wanted to kill him. Xia Hongwan's death wasn't a big deal, but he still had a father who was a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. Once Xia Hongwan was killed, there would definitely be some trouble. Qiantong's subtle expression didn't escape Yang Kai's notice. If Qiantong remained indifferent, he really would have killed him. The Su family's performance over the past few days had perfectly illustrated this saying, but Qiantong's subtle change in demeanor made Yang Kai understand that if he killed Xia Hongwan, even Qiantong would find it difficult to deal with him. How much power could a deacon possess? Even an elder was afraid of him? Yang Kai suddenly realized that Qiantong wasn't afraid of Xia Hongwan's father, but rather the person behind Xia Hongwan's father. Just like how Qiantong was trying to befriend him, Qiantong wasn't actually trying to befriend him, but rather the person who could refine high-grade artifacts. Understanding all this, Yang Kai had a plan in mind. Xia Hongwan had brought 2 origin-returning realm masters to cause trouble, and if it weren't for Yang Yan's spirit array, even if he could tear space and escape this time, Wu Yi and Yang Yan's fates would have been miserable. Yang Kai couldn't just let this matter go. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous intent grow stronger and stronger, as if he would attack at any moment, Qiantong kicked Xia Hongwan to the ground and cursed, "You bastard! You're a disgrace to my Shadow Moon Hall. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your father is a deacon? Do you believe this old master won't kill you right now, and clean up Shadow Moon Hall's mess? Xia Hongwen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly crawled back, hugged Qian Tong's thigh, and cried, "Elder Qian, please show mercy. Disciple knows he was wrong. Elder Qian, please show mercy. Disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple won't dare do such a thing again. This time, when I return, Disciple will enter retreat in Shadow Moon Hall and never come out. Elder Qian Tong." Qian Tong quietly glanced at Yang Kai's face and found that his murderous intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. Sighing in his heart, Qian Tong knew that if he couldn't satisfy Yang Kai, Xia Hongwen would die today. So he angrily shouted, "A mere Saint King like you doesn't have the guts to ignore the heroes of this world. It seems I made a big mistake in assigning you 2 Origin returning realm guards. They must have given you the courage to oppose this old master. Since that's the case, I'll kill those 2 bastards." Saying so, Qian Tong suddenly raised his hand and sent out 2 bursts of powerful qi towards Hong Zhan and his brother who were still recovering from their injuries. Hong Zhan and his senior brother had managed to escape death with great difficulty. Although one of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg, in any case, their lives had been saved. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, they suddenly heard Qian Tong's words. By the time they reacted, the 2 waves of qi had already reached their faces. "Elder Qian Tong, no." Hong Zhan turned pale with fright and shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, a hole suddenly appeared in his head and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His Origin returning realm senior brother had also died on the spot. Xia Hongwen was stunned as a foul smell overflowed from his crotch and his face turned as white as paper. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not expected that Qian Tong would actually be able to kill those 2 Origin returning realm masters. When he heard Qian Tong's words just now, Yang Kai thought he was secretly reminding him that Xia Hongwen had a powerful father and that he should be lenient when possible. Yang Kai had also made up his mind to ask Xia Hongwen for some benefits and had not really intended to kill him, but in the blink of an eye, those 2 Origin returning realm masters had been killed. Stunned for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly used the power of his demon eye of annihilation to absorb the souls of those 2 into his knowledge, see without anyone noticing, purifying them in a flash of golden light. Yang Kai had used a drop of golden blood and used the Yang Inflammation Spirit Array but had still failed to kill these 2. Just as he was vexed that he had missed a great opportunity to understand Qian Tong had helped him. But soon, Yang Kai understood why Qian Tong had acted so decisively. Hong Zhan and his brother were already crippled, so even if they did not die, they would not have much of a future. In this world, there were no pills that could regenerate severed limbs. Using the lives of 2 Origin returning realm masters with no future to appease Yang Kai's anger and buy Xia Hongwen a chance to survive, Qian Tong's plan was flawless. Sure enough, after Hong Zhan and his brother died, Yang Kai's gloomy expression finally eased. Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that Yang Kai's expression eased not because of what he thought, but because he had purified the souls of those 2 Origin returning realm masters, allowing him to finally understand what was. Chapter 1146. Lightly coughing, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Yang Kai said lightly, "Since the main culprit has been executed, today's matter ends here. I ask young Lord Xie to conduct himself well in the future." Yes. Many thanks, brother. Many thanks, elder brother." Xia Hongwen wept bitterly as he constantly expressed his gratitude. "Still not leaving?" Qian Tong shouted angrily. Xia Hongwen quickly stood up and quickly fled on trembling legs. He didn't dare to remain here any longer. If he did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his life. After this dispute was resolved, everyone was very satisfied. Yang Kai obtained the souls of 2 Origin returning realm masters and was able to study by absorbing their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, so naturally he was happy. As for Xia Hongwen, he had no choice but to give Qian Tong some face. If he had really killed Xia Hongwen, Qian Tong would likely have fallen out with him. Qian Tong finally managed to save Xia Hongwen and was also very satisfied. He felt that although Yang Kai was young, he knew when to advance and when to retreat, which was very good. This was a win-win situation for everyone. Elder Qian, many thanks for your help this time. This junior will remember this favor. Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. He knew that if Qian Tong hadn't arrived quickly, he would have killed Xia Hongwen. If Xia Hongwen had died, he wouldn't have been able to establish himself here. There were still many space spirit crystals under Dragon Cave Mountain, so for this reason, Yang Kai had to thank Qian Tong for giving him enough time to recover. Nephew is too polite. Qian Tong laughed. This old master didn't do anything, but nephew is a dragon among men, seriously injuring Hong Zhan and the others with just a first-order saint cultivation. Your future achievements are limitless. It's not my credit. I just borrowed the power of the spirit array. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qian Tong wore a look of understanding as he stared at the spirit array a few more times. But the spirit array was still closed, so he couldn't see anything special about it. Secretly shocked, he wondered if the person behind Yang Kai was not only an origin-grade artifact refiner, but also an array grandmaster. His guess was completely correct, but he didn't guess the right person. The secret treasure was refined by Yang Inflammation, and the array was arranged by Yang Inflammation. He was also under the nose of Qian Tong. Unfortunately, Qian Tong didn't know. Nephew, do you have a good place to go? Qian Tong changed the topic. If you don't have a good place to go, I can recommend you to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. With your talent, you will definitely become a core disciple in the Shadow Moon Hall. I just don't know if you will like it. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Slowly shaking his head, he said, "No need. I'm fine with living here. Little Brad is used to being undisciplined and doesn't understand etiquette. If he really entered a big sect, I'm afraid he would become a laughingstock." Qian Tong smiled lightly and immediately stopped dwelling on this issue. He knew that if he continued to dwell on it, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced towards the cave but didn't say anything, simply waiting for Yang Kai to invite him inside to sit down. In his opinion, the origin-grade artifact refiner and array grandmaster behind Yang Kai must be resting inside the cave, so if he went in, he might be lucky enough to meet him. Since Qian Tong didn't speak, Yang Kai also had nothing to say. He was in a hurry to enter retreat and study what sure was, so how could he be in the mood to say anything else? The two stared at each other for a while, seemingly feeling quite awkward. Wu Yi greets Elder Qian. At the critical moment, Wu Yi walked over with Yang Yin and bowed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Good, good, good. Qian Tong smiled and nodded. Are you a disciple of the Haika family? Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and is now following Big Brother Yang, Wu Yi replied softly. Good. Following nephew Yang will definitely have a brighter future than remaining in the Haiku family. Little girl's vision is quite good. Work hard. It would be best if you could bind nephew Yang's body and mind. Old dog, you're being a bit disrespectful. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also blushed, but she soon smiled and said, Wu Yi's beauty is unworthy of Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi wasn't belittling herself. After seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she really felt that there were very few people who could match up to Yang Kai. In any case, she definitely wasn't one of them. Moreover, she didn't have much interest in the matters between men and women right now, so when Qian Tong casually asked, she just casually answered. And this is? Qian Tong turned his eyes to Yang Yin. Being able to follow Wu Yi here, her status in Yang Kai's circle was definitely not low, so Qian Tong didn't dare neglect her. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yin to speak and took the initiative to introduce her. Wu Yi and Yang Yin both stared at him in amazement. Oh, so she is nephew Yang's junior sister. Not bad, not bad. She's also a saint-grade artifact refiner, Yang Kai added deliberately. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, seemingly very happy as he let out a hearty laugh. At such a young age, she's already a saint-grade artifact refiner. It seems nephew Yang's junior sister won't be any worse than you in the future. Of course, junior sister is very fierce. Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought that the disciples of the sect were already very good, but after seeing you brother and sister today, I realize how unsightly the sect's disciples are. What a pity. It would be great if nephew and sister could join my Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, if we want to join any force, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Good. This old master will wait for nephew Yang's good news. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of keeping him as a guest, Qian Tong didn't continue to be long-winded, saying goodbye to Yang Kai and leaving. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back. What other instructions does Elder Qian have? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qian Tong said, "Does nephew Yang want to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction?" Auction? Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in an auction before and had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most right now was enter retreat and study sure, but just as he was about to refuse, he saw the expectant look on Wu Yi and Yang Yan's faces and quickly changed his mind. When is the auction? Qian Tong took out a golden invitation card from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. The time and place are written here. If nephew Yang has time, you can go and have a look. Even if the things there aren't pleasing to your eyes, it's still good to join in on the fun. Of course, if nephew Yang has something good, you can also sell it. The price of the things sold at the auction is much higher than usual. Yang Kai took the invitation card and didn't look at it carefully, directly handing it to Wu Yi and saying, "If there's time, let's go and have a look." Good. When the time comes, this old master will also be there. Nephew Yang can just mention this old master's name, Qian Tong said before leaving again. After he walked away, Yang Kai looked around and found that the Haiku family people had already disappeared. He didn't know where they had gone, but Wu Yi certainly wouldn't embarrass them. Yang Kai, why did you tell him I was your junior sister? Yang Yin looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Come in and we'll talk. Yang Kai beckoned to her with a mysterious look on his face. Outside the cave, Yufeng and the many Haiku family disciples stared at Yang Kai with looks of worship, as if they were looking at a celestial being. Being able to seriously injure two origin-returning realm masters, even with the help of a powerful spirit array, was not something anyone could accomplish. Just now, there had been too many people around, so everyone had been quite calm, but now they were showing their awe and shock. Everyone, go cultivate. Yang Kai waved to them before leading Wu Yi and Yang Yin into his stone room, closing the stone door behind him before asking them to sit down. Seeing Yang Kai's serious look, Wu Yi and Yang Yin couldn't help wearing solemn expressions, knowing that he had something important to say, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. Are you wondering why Qian Tong is so good to me? Yang Kai asked the doubts in their hearts. Yes, Wu Yi nodded. He's good to me for a reason. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yin. It's because of you. Wu Yi thoughtfully asked, because of Yang Yan's spirit array? Yang Kai shook his head, because Yang Yin can refine origin-grade artifacts. What? Wu Yi was shocked. After coming here, Yang Yin hadn't refined any artifacts and had instead been arranging spirit arrays, so she didn't know that Yang Yin had such an ability. Now that Yang Kai said it out loud, she immediately understood why Qian Tong treated Yang Kai with such an attitude. However, although Qian Tong knows that there is an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, he doesn't know that person is Yang Yin. Perhaps in his mind, that person is my master. Yang Kai explained his guess. I understand. He's being good to you because he wants to make friends with the person he imagines. Wu Yi nodded. Before this, I didn't know that the most powerful artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only origin-grade low rank. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold those artifacts, but now it's too late. Fortunately, Qian Tong didn't dare offend such a powerful artifact refiner and could only try to win him over, so we aren't in any danger. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Yin and quickly said, in the future, you can't announce that you're an origin-grade artifact refiner like before. Your strength is too low. Once you're discovered, you'll definitely be taken away. Yang Yin pursed her lips. Even if I announce it, no one will believe me. A few days ago, she had been helping people refine artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion and had made it clear that she was an artifact refiner, but unfortunately, no one was willing to believe her, much less offer her origin-grade materials. No matter what, you can't say that again, otherwise, we'll all be doomed. Yang Kai's tone became more serious. Remember? I know. Yang Yin nodded. Yang Kai felt helpless. He found that he and Yang Yin were two completely different kinds of people. Yang Kai was eager for others to not know about his alchemist grade, The more they looked down on him, the better. However, young Yin Yin had actually announced it to everyone without any repercussions. This world was really strange. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Young Yin was a saint-grade artifact refiner and said she was your junior sister. So that's how it is. Wu Yi's mind was sharp and she immediately guessed Yang Kai's intentions. Qian Tong already has a preconceived notion that I have an origin-grade artifact refiner as my master, so having a saint-grade artifact refiner as my junior sister is normal. Chapter 1147. Yang Kai believed that with his words, Qian Tong would be even more convinced. As long as Qian Tong didn't doubt him, Yang Kai's group would be absolutely safe. With his protection, at least the Su family wouldn't continue to cause trouble for them like before. I understand. Wu Yi nodded. If you understand, then you can leave. I'm going into retreat. Yang Kai waved to them. Big brother Yang, about Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Wu Yi pursed her red lips and asked. Do you really want to go? Yang Kai frowned. What he hadn't expected was that not only did Wu Yi nod, but even Yang Yin also wore an expectant look. If you want to go, then go. There was no need to stop this kind of thing. In Yang Kai's opinion, an auction was a place to broaden one's horizons, allowing them to see the world. Wu Yi came from a small family, so even if she had some experience, she couldn't compare to the disciples of big families. Yang Yin, on the other hand, had lived a miserable life before, so she was definitely a woman who hadn't seen much of the world. Naturally, she would be interested in the auction. What about you? Wu Yi asked. If I don't come out of retreat, I won't go. You just have to be careful. Wu Yi nodded before leaving with Yang Yin. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, two pure masses of spiritual energy floated mid-air. Yang Kai had transformed into his soul avatar and was staring at them excitedly. This was the first time Yang Kai had collected the spiritual energy of an origin-returning realm master. No origin-returning realm master had ever died in front of him before, and he had never devoured their insights into the heavenly way or martial Tao, so he didn't know that origin-returning realm masters possessed Shi. If he hadn't fought with Hongzhan today, it would have been a long time before he would have come into contact with Shi. This mysterious power was something he yearned for. However, the strength of an origin-returning realm master rang an alarm bell in Yang Kai's mind. He had always been able to fight across realms. When he was in the Yuan Qi realm, he could defeat immortal ascension boundary masters, saints, and saint kings. Now that he had broken through to the Saint King realm, Yang Kai had thought that defeating the First Order origin-returning realm wouldn't be a problem, but now he discovered that he had been completely wrong. There was a fundamental difference between the origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm, a world of difference, and that was sure. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai pulled the two masses of spiritual energy in front of him, then carefully and solemnly began to absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. If before he had been able to absorb other people's spiritual energy like a glutton, now he was savoring it. This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to figure out what Shi was, the next time he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai had never been so meticulous in absorbing these two masses of spiritual energy. He wished he could squeeze out all the essence of these two masses of spiritual energy and brand them into the depths of his soul. 2 days later, the two pure masses of spiritual energy disappeared, and Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely understood what Shi was, but the strength of the Hongzhan brothers wasn't high, only reaching the First Order origin-returning realm, so their understanding and application of Shi was only at a rudimentary level. Yang Kai's understanding of Shi was based on the foundation of these two brothers, so naturally, his understanding of it wasn't deep. Shi wasn't the imposing aura Yang Kai had described before. Imposing aura was an invisible and intangible thing. It was the pressure the strong exerted on the weak. It was the temperament naturally formed by those who held high positions all year round. It was the involuntary eruption of murderous intent during battle. Imposing aura was one's will and determination, invisible and intangible. However, it was just a component of Shi. The sure of an origin returning realm master was a combination of their imposing aura, Saint Chi, and spiritual energy, forming a kind of magical force that could directly kill. This required a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way to reach a certain level to form it. Sure was equivalent to an invisible aura, but this aura was real and had a strong suppressive and lethality. Why could an origin returning realm master easily kill a Saint King? It was because of the absolute suppression of Sure that Yang Kai's single drop of golden blood was unable to kill the Hongzhan brothers. It wasn't that his golden blood wasn't strong, but that the superposition of the two brothers Sure greatly reduced the speed and power of the golden blood, allowing them to sense the direction of the impact of the golden blood in advance and avoid fatal spots. If not for this, they would have died long ago. The understanding of Sure was very difficult. Hongzhan had broken through to the origin returning realm more than 10 years ago, but he had only just begun comprehending it. His brother was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. Moreover, Yang Kai also vaguely understood that only after reaching the grand accomplishment stage in Sure could one have a chance to break through to the origin king realm. Although Qian Tong was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai estimated that his understanding of Sure hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage yet. In other words, no matter how hard he cultivated and improved his Saint Chi, before he reached the grand accomplishment stage in Sure, he would not be able to break through to the next realm. This was the biggest obstacle in front of him, an insurmountable obstacle. This was probably one of the important reasons why there were so few origin kings in the Hongluo starfield. When one's cultivation reached this level, it wasn't just the improvement of one's physical strength, but also a comprehensive improvement in all aspects. After understanding all of this, Yang Kai immediately began studying Sure. He abandoned Hongzhan and his brother's understanding of Sure and poured in his own understanding and perspective, trying to integrate his own Sure, Saint Chi, and spiritual energy into one. When he was fighting with Hongzhan, Yang Kai had vaguely touched upon the mysteries of Sure, but that touch had only lasted for a brief moment. Now, no matter how he tried to recall it, he couldn't remember what it felt like at that time, causing him to feel a little annoyed. He experimented again and again, but he always felt something was wrong. It wasn't until 10 days later that Yang Kai had to give up his current plan to study Sure. He felt that his strength was still too low. If he had reached the second-order or third-order Saint King realm, things would have been much simpler. After all, this kind of mysterious power belonged to the origin returning realm. Being able to touch upon it now was already a great stroke of luck. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to waste time on insignificant problems, so after considering all this, he immediately exited his retreat and prepared to wait until his cultivation improved and absorb more spiritual energy from origin returning realm masters before studying Sure. At that time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just as he opened the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi running over and calling out happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why are you so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction," Wu Yi replied quickly. "Today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking this was too much of a coincidence. Wu Yi nodded as she leaned closer to Yang Kai and whispered in his ear, "Yang Yin has refined an origin grade mid-rank and an origin grade low-rank artifact and is preparing to sell them at the auction." "Is she crazy?" Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily, "Where is she?" "I'm here." Yang Yan's figure flashed from behind. "What were you thinking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Didn't I tell you not to be too ostentatious? Are you afraid others won't pay attention to you? It's only been a few days, but you've already forgotten." Yang Yin spat disdainfully. "As long as the three of you don't say anything, who will know I refined these artifacts? That's too eye-catching." Yang Kai shook his head. "The most powerful artifact refiners on Shadowed Star are only origin grade low rank. How do you explain suddenly taking out an origin grade mid-rank artifact?" "No, big brother Yang." Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wu Yi smiled lightly. "Although the level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high, there are still some origin grade mid-rank and even origin grade high-rank artifacts, so an origin grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much of a stir." Yang Kai frowned but immediately understood. The current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star was generally low, but that didn't mean it was the same in the past. Good artifacts could be stored for thousands of years without being damaged, so there must be some left behind on Shadowed Star. Perhaps there were even Origin King-grade artifacts here, but even if there were, they should be hallowed treasures of great forces and wouldn't be easily used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. That being said, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade. Isn't it better to keep them for yourself? If we don't sell artifacts, how will we have enough Saint Crystals to buy materials to arrange a spirit array? Yang Yin snorted. We're all poor now. This auction is a rare opportunity. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yang Yan's arrangement of spirit arrays really burned money, and it was thanks to her spirit array that they were able to stop Hong Zhun and his brother Yang Kai last time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy and should be fully supported. What artifacts did you refine? Let me see. Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi excitedly took out two offensive artifacts. One was a soft whip and the other was a pair of daggers. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that these two artifacts were refined from the tail and pincers of the ninth order monster beast, scarlet-tailed purple armored crab. These two artifacts exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, and they were both beautifully refined. Not only were they useful, but they were also quite beautiful and suitable for women to use. Yang Yin was truly vicious. Wasn't she deliberately refining these artifacts to make those men bleed? Yang Kai was secretly shocked. On top of that, Big Brother Yang, the reason I supported Yang Yan's decision to sell these two artifacts is to let Elder Qian Tong be more certain of your non-existent master's strength. Others may not know where these artifacts came from, but Elder Qian Tong will definitely think they were refined by your master. Once he thinks so, he'll only treat us better in the future, Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded gently and praised. You've thought this through thoroughly. Since that's the case, let's go. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Wu Yi and Yang Yin smiled at each other. How long until the auction starts? Yang Kai suddenly asked. 3 hours, but it doesn't matter. I've already made a trip to Heavenly Fate City to inform Elder Qian Tong that we'll be auctioning off something soon. Once we get there, Elder Qian will arrange it for us. That's good. Right, Wu Yi, do you know what kind of pills are the most valuable? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chapter 1148. Yang Kai's question came out of nowhere, so Wu Yi didn't think too much about it and immediately began explaining. The Scorching Cloud pill that can repair one's meridians, the Soul Restoration pill that can repair one's soul, and the Wild Rose pill that Elder Qian Tong took out last time is quite valuable, but the most valuable ones should be the Origin Condensing pill and the Origin Nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be a priceless treasure because it can help a third-order Origin returning realm master break through to the Origin King realm. Our Shadowed Star doesn't have a cultivator of this level, but there are many third-order Origin returning realm masters. If we can obtain an Origin Nirvana pill, it won't be difficult to exchange it for a few prosperous cities from one of the great forces, Wu Yi explained, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't even think about that. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The Origin Nirvana pill was an Origin King low-rank pill. Not to mention that Yang Kai didn't have enough materials right now. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, the Origin Condensing pill could be refined because it was only an Origin-grade low-rank pill, a far cry from the Origin Nirvana pill. Big Brother Yang, why are you asking about this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a moment. I'll come out right away, Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room again. Although Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were confused, they still waited outside obediently. After about half an hour or so, Yang Kai came out again and said, let's go. The three of them headed towards Sky Fortune City in high spirits. After experiencing Qian Tong's display of power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with him now, so he could leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable letting a woman like Wu Yi take two Origin-grade artifacts to the auction, so naturally, he wanted to escort her. He wanted to know what kind of price these two artifacts would fetch. Saint King-grade high-rank artifacts were worth 30 to 50,000 high-rank Saint Crystals, so Origin-grade low-rank artifacts should be 2 or 300,000, right? Yang Kai had a vague plan in his mind. Once he sold these two artifacts, he would be able to purchase a large amount of materials to arrange the spirit array. Along the way, listening to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation chatter nonstop, Yang Kai learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion was not a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an even more powerful faction than Shadow Moon Hall. This great force was somewhat similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it did business all over Shadowed Star. But there were some differences. It collected treasures from all over the world and would hold a grand auction every once in a while. The location of the auction was not fixed and was instead rotated between branches all over Shadowed Star. This time, it happened to be the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction could be said to be a grand event for all of Shadowed Star, because before each auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would advertise and make exquisite brochures of precious items and send them to the great forces to attract them to participate in the auction. It could be said that Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was a gathering of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, a competition of wealth, material resources, and heritage. Every time, it would be a lively event, and many heaven-defying treasures would appear. Once, an Origin King-grade defensive artifact would appear. It was rumored that this artifact was sold for a sky-high price of 500 million high-rank St. Crystals plus 15 bustling cities. Even though Yang Kai had a good heart, he was still shocked by this number. Shadowed Star was still too backward, and there were far too few Origin-grade low-rank artifacts or above, resulting in such an outrageous price. Yang Kai believed that on other cultivation stars, even if Origin King-grade artifacts were expensive, it was impossible for them to be sold for such a high price. That Origin Nirvana pill also appeared once. It seems to have been bought by a master from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, after that master took that Origin Nirvana pill, he failed to successfully break through to the Origin King realm and instead experienced a decline in his cultivation. I don't know if this is true or not, Wu Yi sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although he did not interrupt, he was basically certain that Wu Yi was telling the truth. After all, pills were only auxiliary means. Although pills that could help increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the next realm were expensive and not easy to refine, they weren't omnipotent. It wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to advance after using a pill. If a person's understanding of the martial Tao Heavenly Way hadn't reached that level, then no matter how many pills they took, it would be useless. On the contrary, if a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and Heavenly Way exceeded that bottleneck, even if they did not take pills, they would still break through. Yang Kai himself was such a case. His understanding of the Heavenly Way and martial Tao was always far beyond his current realm, so he had never used pills he refined to break through, saving him a lot of money. The master of Thunder Typhoon sect definitely had not reached the grand accomplishment stage in his understanding of Sure. If he had, he would not have wasted an Origin Nirvana pill. This kind of precious pill was rare in the entire star territory, so it should have been obtained through some other means. After a cultivator failed to break through a bottleneck, they would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. Minor injuries would range from serious injuries to severe, like the master of Thunder Typhoon sect, where their strength would decline, or even death. Therefore, if a cultivator did not have enough confidence in themselves, even if they reached a bottleneck, they would not dare to try to break through to the next realm at will. This kind of thing was not obvious when a cultivator's strength was low, so there were basically no such cases in Tongxian realm. Even if there were, they were extremely rare. Although the backlash was not strong, once one's strength increased, it was easy for this kind of situation to occur. It wasn't until Yang Kai arrived in the star field that he slowly began to understand this information. The group of three, chatting and laughing, soon arrived at Heavenly Fate City's Treasure Trove Pavilion. Standing in front of the towering palace, Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be a big deal. This Endless Treasures Pavilion occupied the most bustling area of Sky Fortune City, almost covering half of the street. In front of the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. On the signboard, there were 3 large gilded words that shined with a dazzling golden light, dazzling the eyes. A tyrannical aura overflowed from Treasure Trove Pavilion, causing Yang Kai to shiver inwardly. There were at least 100 Origin returning realm masters in this building. Fortunately, These people were all here to participate in the auction and were not deliberately targeting anyone. So Yang Kai did not feel too uncomfortable. In front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, two masters from the First Order Origin returning realm stood with their hands down, their eyes as sharp as a hawk's as they scanned the crowd. Yang Kai's group of three had just arrived when one of the masters in light blue robes stepped forward and raised his hand. "Guests, please stop. Treasure Trove Pavilion is currently holding an auction and is not open to the public for the time being. If you want to buy something, please come back tomorrow. We're here to participate in the auction," Yang Kai said lightly before turning to look at Wu Yi. He knew that in order to participate in an auction of this level, one would need an invitation, and the one Qian Tong had given him last time should be a pass to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion and was currently in Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the grandeur of Treasure Trove Pavilion, and thinking that she actually had the opportunity to participate in this level of auction, she became very excited, her face flushing red. It wasn't until Yang Kai turned to look at her that she suddenly remembered the invitation and hurriedly began rummaging through her space ring. "Haha, how come any Tom, Dick, or Harry can participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction?" A burst of laughter came from the side, filled with disdain. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, wanting to see who it was. Being ridiculed as a Tom, Dick, or Harry for no reason, Yang Kai was naturally not happy. A young man dressed in a white robe walked over. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that hid a divine light. Although he had a smile on his face, anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. This young man was not old. He was tall and handsome. Coupled with his phoenix eyes, he was a character that could charm thousands of women. Yang Kai's heart went cold because he found that this young man was actually a third-order Saint King and gave off a faint, oppressive aura that was not inferior to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Shui Yu's. Behind the young man, there were two experts with long and restrained auras. Their cultivation bases seemed to be higher than Hong Zhun and his fellow apprentice brothers. The two of them were dressed in black, and embroidered on their chests was a large, flamboyant character. "Battle! Heaven Battling Union!" Wu Yi exclaimed and hurriedly stepped aside to make way. So they were from Heaven Battling Union. No wonder they were so strong despite their young age. Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for some time now, and naturally knew that Heaven Battling Union was one of the few great forces here. Moreover, among the younger generation of Heaven Battling Union, there was a disciple with heaven-defying aptitude, Chu Changfeng. It was rumored that he had a pair of phoenix eyes. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, this young man in front of him should be Chu Changfeng, who was famous throughout Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after the guard who had just blocked Yang Kai's way saw this young man, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. "Young Master Chu, please come in." And Chu Changfeng nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over Wu Yi and Yang Yin before coming to a stop and smiling. "Do you two girls want to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu Yi and Yang Yin did not answer. Chu Changfeng continued, "You can't go in now. There is an auction going on inside. Without an invitation, these two guards won't let you in. But if you really want to go in, you can come with me. What do you two girls think?" Chu Changfeng smiled and invited them in, putting on a harmless look. But Yang Yin and Wu Yi were not the kind of women who would become infatuated with men, so they naturally understood what he meant. "Chu Changfeng, after not seeing you for a few years, you still like to show off your superiority in front of the weak. Being able to participate in this auction is already amazing. Or is it your Heaven Battling Union?" A low voice sounded. Chu Changfeng, who was inviting Wu Yi and Yang Yin, heard this voice and frowned as if he had swallowed a fly, the warm smile on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye as he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a young man in simple gray robes strode forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng's and were instead quite simple, looking as ridiculous as a farmer. But Chu Changfeng did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him, his phoenix eyes flashing a strong sense of dread and dignity. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look, wondering who it was that dared act so arrogantly in front of Chu Changfeng. At first glance, Yang Kai was also slightly surprised. This newcomer's clothes were quite simple and crude, but the aura he gave off was even stronger than Chu Changfeng's. Yang Kai even vaguely felt a burst of lightning energy coming from this person. This person cultivated a thunder attribute secret art and had reached a very high level of attainment in it. He wasn't tall, but he was definitely a master because his cultivation was the same as Chu Changfeng's, a third-order Saint King. Behind him were two origin returning realm masters, both of whom wore blue robes and had a lightning bolt symbol on their chests that seemed to have descended from the nine heavens. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Long time no see. You're still so shabby. Aren't you afraid of losing face for your Thunder Typhoon Sect? Chu Changfeng greeted with a smile. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Tianzhong. Like Chu Changfeng, he was a famous young talent on Shadowed Star, the #1 genius of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Geniuses always had a high opinion of themselves and didn't like to stand on equal footing with others. These two were both geniuses of their respective sects, and there seemed to be some tension between them. So when they met, it was only natural for them to be openly mocking each other. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood aside helplessly. If it were anyone else acting so presumptuously in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taken action to teach them a lesson. But with Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare say anything. Even Yang Kai's group of three, who were standing nearby, became foils. I cultivate the martial Tao, and I comprehend the heavenly Tao. I'm not like Brother Chu, who dresses up and struts around the streets all day long, Fong Tianzhong said indifferently. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted as he pushed his aura towards Fong Tianzhong. Naturally, Fong Tianzhong was not to be outdone and also released his own. It was as if two storms had suddenly collided with each other. The world energy aura in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion fluctuated wildly, and many of the masters inside sensed the situation here and sent out their divine senses to investigate. But after learning that the conflict was between Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their divine senses and no longer meddled. Watching these two geniuses fight, as if there was no one else present, Yang Kai's face became cold. Originally, he had some good impressions of Fong Tianzhong, feeling that this guy was much better than Chu Changfeng, but now, that good impression had completely disappeared. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator standing here, he would have definitely been drawn in by the aura of these two, and even if he wasn't injured, he would have made a fool of himself. They obviously didn't care about Yang Kai, Wu Yi, and Yang Yin, and only wanted to show off their strength. As the aftermath of their auras hit him, Yang Kai coldly snorted and waved his hand casually. It was as if something had been split open, but Yang Kai stood in place as steady as a mountain, not even his clothes or hair ruffling. Yang Yin and Wu Yi, who were hiding behind him, didn't feel anything either. Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong converged their auras at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them looking a little surprised. Although the auras of the two of them had not been directed at Yang Kai just now, it was still not something a first-order Saint King could resist casually. Now, seeing Yang Kai easily break through the aftermath of their auras, they were naturally surprised. However, they were only surprised. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't enough for them to put him in their eyes. Two brothers' relationship is really good, sticking together like glue as soon as you meet. It's really enviable. A clear and melodious laughter that was like a silver bell rang out, and a woman in luxurious clothes leisurely walked over. Her skin was like cream, her hands were soft, and she was born with a temperament that was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, causing anyone who saw her to involuntarily have the thought of wanting to protect her. The woman's figure was very perfect, and a light purple dress perfectly outlined the curves of her figure and set off her graceful and luxurious appearance. As she approached, a fragrant scent wafted out, making one's blood flow faster and refreshed. Although her words were teasing, neither Fong Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any signs of anger, the latter even showing a happy expression as he stared towards the woman with a scorching gaze. "Su Dai greets Tu brother." The woman bowed respectfully. The girl bowed gracefully. Her little face was fair and rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her beautiful eyes were captivating, causing one's imagination to run wild. "So it is junior sisterine, long time no see? I've missed you so much." Chu Changfeng was too lazy to continue entangling with Fang Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Fang Tianzhong also nodded lightly to this woman in greeting. Both of them were geniuses of Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. "I didn't expect junior sister Ian to also participate in this auction. It seems I made the right choice coming here this time. Would you like to join me so we can have a good chat?" Senior brother isn't talented, but recently he has been studying Sure and has gained some insights. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically invited, his words filled with pride. Yang Kai secretly grinned but didn't care. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Sure. Even he, who had absorbed the spiritual energy of two origin-returning realm masters, was unable to comprehend it. Even if Chu Changfeng's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for him to comprehend it before reaching the origin-returning realm. Only a cultivator who broke through to the origin-returning realm could come into contact with this kind of power. Chu Changfeng saying this was obviously an excuse to get closer to In Su Dai. In Su Dai understood this better than Yang Kai, so she simply smiled and said, "Although junior sister would like to chat more with brother Chu, junior sister came here this time on the orders of my master. Junior sister must first thank brother Chu for his kindness." It's fine, there's still plenty of time in the future." Chu Changfeng smiled casually. Chu Changfeng smiled freely, not feeling embarrassed by In Su Dai's rejection. Chu Changfeng estimated that this wasn't the first time he had run into a wall in front of her, so it would be strange if she actually agreed. The three of them stood at the door for some time. During this time, many people from various forces had come to participate in the auction, but since the three of them didn't enter, these young lords and young ladies could only stand aside and wait. Compared with these people, Yang Kai found that he, Wu Yi, and Yang Inflammation were really quite shabby. These young lords and young ladies all wore luxurious robes and artifact armors. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing a very common set of clothes, while Yang Yan's was even more outrageous, wearing a black robe that had not changed for the past 10,000 years. It was as if she wanted to cover her face, as if she had done something shameful. Although Wu Yi's clothes were not bad, they were still just ordinary clothes and couldn't be compared to the artifact armors of others. The three of them were like ugly ducks that had accidentally stumbled into a flock of swans, so there was no need to mention how eye-catching they were. Fortunately, they didn't have any intention of continuing to talk. The auction was about to begin, so they wanted to enter as soon as possible. After the young lords and young ladies greeted Fang Tianzhong's trio, they all filed in and soon disappeared. Before leaving, Fang Tianzhong glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, but didn't say anything. Only when the front of Treasure Trove Pavilion became quiet again did Wu Yi secretly breathe a sigh of relief and softly explain to Yang Kai, "That woman just now was In Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. She's also an influential figure and is the #1 beauty on Shadowed Star, pursued by countless men." "#1 beauty?" Yang Kai sneered. "You two aren't worse than her. That's a bit undeserved. How could I compare with her?" Wu Yi blushed. Whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, such praise still made her very happy. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance, and she also knew that there was indeed a big gap between her and In Su Dai. The latter's background was countless times nobler than hers. "Let's go in as well," Yang Kai said lightly. He had come to this auction today to protect Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, but he hadn't expected to meet so many talented young men here. Whether it was Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, or In Su Dai, none of them were existences that could be underestimated. Yang Kai knew that he still had a long way to go and was far from reaching the realm of invincibility. The appearance of these three gave Yang Kai a reminder that he should never underestimate opponents in the same realm. These three were all leaders of their respective sects, so who knew what kind of heritage they had? If they really fought, it was impossible to say who would win or lose. Wu Yi finally found the invitation and handed it to the guard outside. The guard didn't seem to have expected that three people like Yang Kai would actually be able to obtain an invitation, so although he was surprised, he didn't embarrass them and let them pass. After entering Treasure Trove Pavilion, a loud hubbub immediately rang out as countless people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing something. "This is Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu's pretty face was filled with shock as she glanced around, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time she had ever entered such a place. What came into view was a huge circular hall. Lampstands made of luminous stones hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft light, illuminating the entire interior of the treasure trove building. It was not inferior to the outside at all, and there was no shadow. At the lowest level of the hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, and the higher levels were also filled with people moving about. In the center of the hall's bottom floor, there was a high platform about a meter above the ground, which should be the location of the auction. Such an arc-shaped design allowed everyone who participated in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. It could be said that this was a brilliant design. When Yang Kai arrived here, he looked around, trying to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find someone in such a place. If he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about others and could simply use his divine sense to search. But in this place where so many masters gathered, he didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he be misunderstood and cause trouble. Chapter 1150. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a figure rushed over from the side and cupped his hands. Luo Qing greets young Master Yang and greets the two young ladies. Yang Kai looked at him and was surprised to find that this person was the origin returning realm master that the Su family had invited to deal with him last time. At that time, it was this person who had recognized him and reported to Qian Tong. Towards Luo Qing, Yang Kai was still somewhat grateful. He politely cupped his hands and said, "So it is Brother Luo. Where is Elder Qian now?" Elder Qian currently has some matters to attend to and is temporarily unable to leave, so he instructed this disciple to wait here for young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, rest assured, Elder Qian has already arranged everything. The three of you only need to follow me. Good, lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. Treasure Trove Pavilion was going to hold an auction in Sky Fortune City. Qian Tong was a big shot in Sky Fortune City, so it was normal for him to have matters to attend to. Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. Following behind Luo Qing, they went straight to the third floor and pushed open the door to a certain room. Luo Qing stood at the door and explained, "Young Master Yang, this is the private room that Elder Qian has arranged for you. Please take a look and see if it suits you." Yang Kai entered the room and found that although it was small, it was fully equipped. There was a table, chairs, and a plate of high-quality spirit fruits on the table. There was also a pot of steaming spirit tea. In addition, there were even two delicate and pretty maidservants standing at the side. They had bright eyes, white teeth, and slender figures. When they saw Yang Kai and the others enter, they immediately bowed. Yang Kai didn't know if there were maidservants in the other private rooms, but he was certain that these two maidservants were specially arranged by Qian Tong. This was because they wore the robes of Shadow Moon Hall and were clearly disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. "I am very satisfied with Elder Qian's thoughtfulness." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. As long as young Master Yang is satisfied. Luo Qing also seemed to be relieved. He had seen with his own eyes how Qian Tong killed Hong Zhun and his brother in order to befriend Yang Kai. Although he still didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that was worth befriending, he still carried out Qian Tong's orders meticulously. "That's right, young Master Yang. Elder Qian instructed this disciple to bring over the items you want to auction as soon as possible. Treasure Trove Pavilion wants to evaluate the prices of the items so that it'll be easier to sort them out." "No problem." Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi with his eyes, and Wu Yi immediately took out two beautifully wrapped jade boxes from her space ring and handed them to Luo Qing. These two jade boxes naturally contained the two origin grade artifacts. And this. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. The auction will begin in half an hour, so this Luo Qing will take his leave first," Luo Qing said as he withdrew. Before leaving, he instructed the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to entertain Yang Kai well. The two women nodded in agreement. "We're in room C13. Wu Yi walked over and closed the door, immediately disappearing the noise outside. "The spirit array here is quite good." Yang Yin Yun walked around, feeling around, quite interested in the spirit array here. This place can isolate others from using their divine sense. The only drawback is that it's a bit far from the auction venue. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Elder Qian must have put in a lot of effort to find us a private room. Look at the people here today. Which one of them isn't a famous and powerful character? Yang Kai's words were directed to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Sure enough, after hearing this, the two women's smiles became even brighter, as if their Elder Qian's divine technique was quite profound. Two young ladies don't need to be so reserved. Sit anywhere you like. We're not from some big family. This time we came mainly to see the world. Yang Kai saw that they seemed a little nervous and politely said. The two women quickly waved their hands, saying they didn't dare. Yang Kai didn't force them, and seeing them refuse, he stopped talking and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and slowly savoring it. Wu Yi still couldn't believe she had the opportunity to participate in an auction of this level. Forget about her. Even the patriarch of the Haiku family, Ian, wasn't eligible to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion while the auction was going on. But now, she was sitting in a private room and enjoying this superior treatment, making her feel a little emotional. The gap between people was really big. Her greatest wish before was to work hard to impress Ian so that he could pass on the position of patriarch to her in the future and take charge of the Haiku family. But now, she no longer had such thoughts. So what if he was the patriarch? The patriarch of a small family couldn't even compare to a random disciple from Shadow Moon Hall. For example, although the two girls standing in this private room were only third-order saints, if they were in the Haiku family, Ian would definitely have to treat them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. This was the huge gap between a big force and a small family. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was in retreat, Ian came to the cave again and even brought the family's elders and foreign elders with him, saying that he wanted to invite Wu Yi back to take over the position of patriarch, but Wu Yi refused. Since she had already left the family, she had no intention of returning. While in a daze, Wu Yi suddenly noticed a strong wind blowing towards her. Quickly reaching out and grabbing the object that was flying towards her, she quickly discovered that it was a spirit fruit on the table. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Wu Yi shook her head, picked up another spirit fruit, stood up, and handed it to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. The two female disciples didn't refuse this time and politely thanked her before accepting the fruit, appearing natural and unrestrained. There was still some time before the auction began, but the atmosphere in the private room was much more harmonious. The two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai's group of three wasn't of high birth and treated them kindly, so they began chatting with Wu Yi and Yang Yin, mostly referring to each other as sisters. Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only pick up the album on the table and check the items to be auctioned today. At the same time, in a secret room of Treasure Trove Pavilion, a dark-faced old man with a goatee called out to Qian Tong with dissatisfaction, "Old Qian, the auction is about to begin. Where are the items you want to put up for auction?" Qian Tong glanced outside and said with uncertainty, "They should be here soon. Just wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If you and I weren't friends, do you think I would casually break the rules and put up items for auction before the auction starts? Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Qian Tong smiled flatteringly while muttering in his heart. A few days ago, Wu Yi had specifically come to find him, saying that she had something she wanted to put up for auction. As for what it was, Qian Tong didn't ask, only knowing that it was an artifact. Out of respect for Yang Kai, Qian Tong had promised to take care of everything as long as the item was delivered before the auction started. How could he have known that even now, it still hadn't been delivered? In the end, he could only say, "Brother Yin Pei, just wait a little longer. It will definitely be delivered." Yin Pei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't say this brother didn't take care of you. If it's not delivered in half a stick of incense, then even if it's more valuable, I won't participate in the auction." I know. I'll have to trouble Brother Yin Pei." Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had many rules, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he was speaking, his communication artifact suddenly sent him a divine sense fluctuation. It was Luo Qing sending him a message. Qian Tong smiled happily. It's here. Saying so, Qian Tong immediately walked out. A moment later, Qian Tong returned with a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes. Yin Pei said exasperatedly, "That's it?" "It should be." Qian Tong didn't open the boxes to see what was inside. Time was of the essence, so after receiving the items from Luo Qing, he immediately brought them in. "Open them, evaluate the price, and see when it's best to auction them," Yin Pei said coldly. Yin Pei said with a cold expression. Saying so, he waved his hand to the side and immediately several origin returning realm masters came forward, placed the jade box and jade bottle on the table, and began to evaluate the value of the items to be auctioned. Seeing Qian Tong's somewhat irritated expression, Yin Pei sneered, "Brother Qian, you wouldn't just casually bring out something worthless to auction, would you? If that's the case, you'd best take it back quickly." "How could that be?" Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "Can a Saint King grade high-rank artifact be auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had greeted him, Qian Tong wasn't so worried. If Yang Kai had greeted him personally, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so anxious. Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster backing him, so the reason why Qian Tong had said it was a Saint King grade high-rank artifact was because he had confidence in Yang Kai's master. It was impossible for such an artifact refining grandmaster to take out something too shabby. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Yin Pei's expression relaxed slightly as he said earnestly, "Naturally, but Brother Qian, please don't do this again next time. This brother has a responsibility to bear. If someone were to find out, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors." Although Saint King grade high-rank artifacts weren't very high in grade, they could be said to be the most mainstream artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many Origin grade artifact refiners, and most of the Saint King realm and Origin returning realm cultivators used artifacts of this grade, so there was no need to worry about demand. Treasure Trove Pavilion had also collected a lot of such artifacts for auction this time, so adding 2 more wouldn't be a big deal. While the 2 old men were talking, a sudden exclamation came from the side. "What's wrong?" Yin Pei turned his head and looked over. "Master, the item to be auctioned is an Origin grade low-rank offensive artifact." Immediately, an Origin returning realm master walked over with a jade box and presented the double-pronged dagger inside to Qian Tong and Yin Pei. Qian Tong's eyes narrowed as he felt his heart ache for no apparent reason. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's master was an Origin grade artifact refiner, he hadn't expected him to put up an artifact of this grade for auction. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to purchase this artifact from Yang Kai. Qian Tong had done 2 artifact transactions with Yang Kai, and each time they had worked together happily, but now that this artifact had fallen into the hands of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qian Tong had no choice but to participate in the auction. Participating in an auction was much more expensive than directly purchasing it. Moreover, one might not necessarily be able to obtain it. In the Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were countless people with wealth and power, and they would often fight until their heads bled for a good item. Chapter 1151. Yin Pei had already taken out the twin daggers from the jade box, and after examining them with his Saint Qi, his brow rose as he couldn't help praising, "Good, good, good. This artifact is almost at the Origin grade mid-rank. The Grandmaster who refined it was very meticulous and his craftsmanship is superb. What's more, it is very suitable for women to use. Haha, this time those young lords will probably bleed a lot." Yin Pei's eyes were sharp. How could he not see the huge value of this pair of daggers? Not to mention its grade. Just the fact that it was suitable for women was enough for those young masters to break their heads to bid for it. It was definitely the best gift to buy it for the woman they liked. Qian Tong opened his mouth, wanting to go back on his word and take back this artifact, but he also knew that once it was in Yin Pei's hands, it was impossible to take it back. Letting out a deep sigh, Qian Tong could only give up, already wondering if he should participate in the auction and buy these twin daggers. Shadow Moon Hall had a few female disciples with good aptitude, so if he gave them these artifacts, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Just as he finished sighing, the masters in charge of evaluating the value of the auction items suddenly exclaimed again, this time even more excited than before. This is actually, what? Yin Pei's figure flickered and arrived in front of these masters. Staring at the artifact in the other jade box, His eyes narrowed as he reached out and picked up the red whip, circulating his Saint Chi to probe it, muttering, "An origin-grade mid-rank artifact?" Ah! Qian Tong was shocked, his old face twisting in shock. Haha, good. This auction finally has something good to show for the finale. Originally, this old master was a little worried that my treasure trove pavilion wouldn't be able to collect any good treasures due to time constraints. But this whip makes up for it. Ha, the heavens are really helping me. Yin Pei laughed and turned to Qian Tong happily. Brother Qian, you've helped me a lot this time. This old brother will remember this favor. Qian Tong's mouth was filled with bitterness as he squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Yin Pei is too polite. You and I have known each other for more than a year or two, so of course I can help you. Haha. Saying so, Qian Tong was cursing Luoqing in his heart. Just an origin-grade low-rank artifact had almost suffocated him, and now an origin-grade mid-rank artifact had appeared. Damn Luoqing. Why didn't he explain everything to this old master? If he had known that Yang Kai was auctioning two origin-grade artifacts, he would have never given them to Yin Pei. No matter how high the price, he would have bought them for Shadow Moon Hall's use. But now, it was too late to say anything. If he wanted it, he could only participate in the auction. How many Saint Crystals would he have to spend? He might not even be able to buy it. Poor Luoqing didn't know that he had already been blamed by Elder Qian. How could he have known that Yang Kai would be so generous as to directly bring out two origin-grade artifacts, one of which was even mid-rank? The twin daggers were one thing, after all. With the standard of Shadowed Stars artifact refiners, they could barely refine them, but the grade of the red whip far surpassed the level of Shadowed Stars artifact refiners. Artifacts of this grade could only be obtained through some special means, and were simply impossible to refine. This also led to the price of origin-grade low-rank artifacts and pills on Shadowed Star being unable to be judged by common sense. Once such an artifact appeared, its price would be sky-high. Good. Yin Pei's dark face was like a blooming peony at this moment. No trace of his previous unhappiness could be seen as he praised again and again, grinning from ear to ear. Another artifact that is very suitable for women. This time's auction will definitely be very exciting. This old master can't wait to see the scene of people competing for it. Ahem. Elder Yin. A trembling voice called out from the side. Please take a look at this. Saying so, the man handed the jade bottle in his hand to Yin Pei. Yin Pei took it, opened the bottle, and glanced inside. His eyes immediately bulged and his hand trembled, almost dropping the jade bottle as he shouted, An origin condensing pill. These three words were like a sledgehammer that slammed into Qian Tong's heart. Almost without hesitation, he rushed over and reached out to grab the jade bottle. Yin Pei's reaction was extremely fast, and he sent out a palm strike. The two palms collided and Yin Pei and Qian Tong both took a step back. What are you doing? Yin Pei was furious as he glared at Qian Tong fiercely. Qian Tong's expression was firm as he quickly said, Brother Yin Pei, I've thought about it carefully and have decided that I won't participate in this auction. Please give it back to me. If he hadn't seen the origin condensing pill in the jade bottle, Qian Tong would have turned a blind eye, but just now, he immediately understood that the origin condensing pill in this jade bottle was much more valuable than an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. You don't want to participate now? It's too late. Yin Pei coldly snorted. You want me to spit it out when it's already in my hands? Brother Qian, is this the first time you've met this Yin? That's not right, Brother Yin Pei. Didn't you just say that no matter how valuable an item is, it can't participate in the auction? Qian Tong's face didn't go red. For two origin-grade artifacts and an origin-condensing pill, what harm was there in throwing away his old face? This Yin said that if I don't see it after half a stick of incense worth of time, I won't participate. Are you deaf? Yin Pei snorted, but seeing Qian Tong still shamelessly trying to pounce on him, Yin Pei quickly retreated and put the two jade boxes and jade bottle into his space ring before waving his hand and shouting, Keep an eye on Elder Qian. If he dares take another step forward, beat him hard. Yes. The 4 or 5 origin returning realm masters nodded in unison before taking up positions and glaring at Qian Tong. From the looks of it, they would definitely carry out Yin Pei's orders to the letter. Once Qian Tong made a move, a storm of attacks would follow. Fuck. Qian Tong couldn't help cursing. Since force didn't work, he could only plead softly, "Old Yin, for the sake of our many years of friendship, can't you just return these things to me? Can't you pretend you didn't see these things? Brother's kindness. This Qian Tong will remember it for the rest of his life. There's no need for that for the rest of your life. You're already half buried in the ground, so you don't have many years left to live. I don't need you to remember my kindness." Yin Pei grinned and waved his hand. "Can you not be so venomous? This old master is strong and can live for at least a few hundred years." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yin Pei snorted. "If I were you, I would quickly order people to gather Saint crystals. You actually still have time to waste with this old master. This old master admires you. Only you and I know about the appearance of these things, so you still have the advantage." Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he cupped his fists to Yin Pei before turning around and leaving. He knew better than anyone that no matter what he said, it was impossible to get these things back. "Old Qian, who brought these things to auction?" Yin Pei shouted from behind, but received no response. Yin Pei naturally knew that his old friend was sulking, but he didn't care and just chuckled. This person's luck is surprisingly good. Not only did he find 2 origin-grade artifacts, but he also found 2 origin-condensing pills. It seems his luck is not shallow. Qian Tong left the underground chamber and Luo Qing hurriedly greeted him, but before he could speak, he was slapped twice on the head by Qian Tong. Although Qian Tong didn't use his Saint Qi, these 2 slaps were not light, causing Luo Qing to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, like a storm was about to arrive. Luo Qing stammered, "Elder, what mistake did this disciple make?" "You bastard. Why did you act so quickly? Couldn't you have delivered these things a stick of incense later? You really pissed this old master off," Qian Tong reprimanded. "Ah." Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It was clearly Elder Qian Tong's orders that once he obtained the auction items from Yang Kai, they were to be delivered immediately without delay. So why was Elder Qian Tong saying this now? Elder Qian Tong was a kind and gentle person, never giving such contradictory orders, nor beating a disciple for no reason. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Elder Qian was still very prestigious and was admired by many disciples. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Qing didn't dare to ask. Even a blind person could see that Elder Qian Tong was in a bad mood. At this time, it was best not to provoke him. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Qian Tong looked at him coldly. "Elder's orders," Luo Qing hurriedly said, looking like he was ready to die. "I'll give you an hour to contact all the shops in Heavenly Fate City and collect 20 million, no, 50 million Saint crystals." 50 million? Luo Qing was shocked. Yes. Luo Qing quickly responded before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint crystals in an hour was a long and arduous task. Seeing Luo Qing's figure disappear, Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City was mostly owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so collecting Saint crystals wasn't a problem. If this auction had been held in another Great Force's territory, Qian Tong would have had no choice but to sigh. At the same time, in Treasure Trove Pavilion's underground secret room, Yin Pei sat in a chair and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and waving to the origin-returning realm masters who had just participated in the appraisal of the auction items, whispering a few words in their ears. These people nodded and quickly left. A moment later, people began to enter and exit the A-block private rooms, all of them wearing dignified expressions. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. After a while, some people also left the B-block private rooms. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City was because there was a space array here that was connected to the other cities on Shadowed Star, making it convenient for the great forces to come and participate in the auction. Space arrays were extremely precious and were not open to ordinary people. But these people all came from great forces, so the disciples in charge of guarding the space array in Shadow Moon Hall didn't dare stop them and simply allowed them to use it after paying a certain amount of Saint crystals. Chapter 1152. For a time, The space force fluctuations in Heavenly Fate City rose one after another. The space array had never been used so frequently before. When the first space force fluctuation appeared, Qian Tong didn't pay much attention to it. He had originally planned to go to Yang Kai and have a few words with him, telling him not to auction off any good things in the future as he was fully capable of purchasing them. But after 3 or 5 consecutive space force fluctuations, Qian Tong's expression slowly froze. Standing in place, he thought for a moment before his expression changed drastically and he quickly disappeared, rushing towards the palace where the space array was located. Inside the main hall, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall who were responsible for guarding the space array were at a loss. They didn't understand why so many people had come to use the space array. Wasn't the auction about to begin? Why weren't these people participating in the auction and rushing back to their sects? These newcomers were all masters from great forces, such as Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Colored Glass Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Flame Temple. Each of these forces was no smaller than Shadow Moon Hall, some even stronger. Moreover, these people seemed to dislike each other and were all extremely vigilant, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become tense. The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were afraid that these people would start fighting in the main hall, so they didn't dare to ask too much and just quickly collected the Saint Crystals and let them pass. Even so, there were still people who kept urging them to move faster. Several dozen people represented several dozen great forces, so even if they moved quickly, it would still take some time. The operation of the space array, the relocation of the Saint Crystals, and the positioning of the destination were all not things that could be completed in 3 or 5 breaths. Just as the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were busy, a surging aura suddenly rushed in from outside. The several dozen masters in the main hall frowned and looked outside. After seeing who it was, they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Elder Qian." Qian Tong's face sank as he quickly walked in. Originally, he had a trace of suspicion and had rushed here to investigate, but now that he saw so many people waiting to use the space array, how could he not understand what was going on? Qian Tong clenched his teeth and roared, "Old man Yin, I'll remember you. I'll sever all ties with you." Just now, Yin Pei had said that he had the advantage, but in the blink of an eye, this advantage was gone. If it wasn't for Yin Pei's information, why would these people be gathered here? When everyone heard Qian Tong's words, they all secretly felt that it was funny, but they didn't dare to show it. Elder Qian was clearly unhappy now, and no one dared to make trouble for him. "Elder." The disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, who had been so busy that they were disoriented, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their elders arrive. They really couldn't handle such a big battle. How many families have left? Qian Tong took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. 6 of them have already left, a Shadow Moon Hall disciple hurriedly replied. Qian Tong nodded. 6 families? He wasn't too late. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 60 to 70 people in the hall and snorted. "Did you all go back to your respective sects to raise Saint Crystals? Did you all get the news from Old Man Yin?" The 60 to 70 people looked embarrassed. Some scratched their ears and cheeks, some looked up at the ceiling of the hall, and some pulled up familiar faces and whispered. But no one answered Qian Tong's question. "All right, if you want to go back to raise Saint Crystals, I won't stop you. But this time, Sky Fortune City's space array has been continuously used, and it's a great danger to the array here. It might even be scrapped. I'll have to raise the cost of your usage." The 60 to 70 masters suddenly went into an uproar as they stared at Qian Tong in shock. Everyone knew that he was just spouting nonsense. The space array was a relic from ancient times and had been in use for so many years without any problems. Even if it was frequently used, it wouldn't be scrapped. This was just an excuse for Qian Tong to raise the price. Everyone understood, but no one dared to question Qian Tong. After all, this was Sky Fortune City, Shadow Moon Hall City. The space array was also Shadow Moon Hall's property. Unless they didn't want to use it anymore, they wouldn't dare offend him. They were all shouldering important missions, and all they wanted to do was leave as soon as possible. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and quoted, "The increase isn't much, just 500,000 high-rank Saint Crystals per person." "Elder Qian, this isn't appropriate." Someone immediately shouted, Normally, a single use only costs 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals, but you've increased it by 50 times. Isn't that a bit too much? That's right. Isn't 500,000 high-rank Saint crystals too much? Elder Qian, you can't accept this kind of black-hearted money. A large group of people began to clamor. 500,000 high-rank Saint crystals per use of the space array. Who could afford to use it? Several Shadow Moon Hall disciples saw that the situation was getting out of hand and couldn't help feeling panic. This was something that would incur public anger, so how could Elder Qian say such a thing? They felt that the elder was a little confused. You don't have to use it. This old master isn't forcing you to use it, Qian Tong said calmly, unmoved. But this old master has to remind you that the auction is about to begin. If you can't collect enough Saint crystals before those things appear, I'll use it. Here are 500,000 Saint crystals. Before Qian Tong could finish speaking, a burly man walked over and tossed a space ring to the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array. The disciple caught the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and nodded to Qian Tong after confirming there were no problems. Open the array. Qian Tong waved his hand, and in a flash of white light, the burly man's figure gradually disappeared. Even now, the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were still a little confused, unable to understand how 500,000 Saint crystals could be obtained so easily. The maintenance and use of space arrays was only for the convenience of communication between the great forces on Shadowed Star. No one had ever used them as a tool to make money, but today, their own elder Qian Tong had set a precedent, and it seemed to be working quite well. Using the space array once cost 500,000 Saint crystals, and there were 60 to 70 people here, some of whom were still on their way. Just how many Saint crystals did this cost? The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall trembled with excitement. If they could do this in the future, Shadow Moon Hall wouldn't need to operate a shop anymore. All they needed to do was collect money to use the space array, and Shadow Moon Hall would become the wealthiest great force on Shadowed Star. After the burly man left, everyone was only stunned for a moment before immediately rushing forward to hand over the 500,000 Saint crystals to use the space array. The several Shadow Moon Hall disciples grinned widely, and one of them was responsible for counting the Saint crystals. Every time there was an error, the space array would be opened and the person who had paid the fee would be sent away, counting the money until their hands were cramping. Elder Qian, the next time you come to Heaven's Expanse City, my floating mist hall will definitely entertain you warmly. A middle-aged man was unhappy that Qian Tong had extorted so many Saint crystals and stared at Qian Tong before leaving. What he meant was that the next time Qian Tong used the space array in Heaven's Expanse City, he would take back the 500,000 Saint crystals. Qian Tong said with a scoundrel look on his face, "This old master will die of old age in Heavenly Fate City and won't go anywhere else in the future." With just one sentence, the middle-aged man was angered and quickly activated the space array to send him to Heaven's Expanse City. The scene in the hall was very lively. Watching one person after another pay the Saint crystals and be teleported away, Qian Tong's heart finally calmed down a bit. Yin Pei had done all this, so he couldn't be blamed for doing the same. In any case, now that things had gotten to this point, Qian Tong decided to make a fortune first. Never before had an auction been held like today's. All the great forces had suddenly decided to raise a large number of Saint crystals, and before the auction had even begun, Heavenly Fate City was secretly filled with an upsurge of competition and infighting. There had also never been an auction that brought so much profit to the local forces. This time, Shadow Moon Hall charged more than 30 million high-rank Saint crystals for the use of the space array, and this was only because some of the forces with insufficient financial resources felt that they had no chance of winning and voluntarily gave up on using the space array. Otherwise, the profits from Shadow Moon Hall this time would have been even greater. While the space array here was constantly operating, the auction and treasure trove pavilion had already begun on time. Yin Pei's thoughts were sinister. He deliberately let people leak some information so that the final auction would be more intense. In fact, he had done it, but it didn't hinder the auction. He also didn't deliberately postpone the auction. The most valuable items would naturally be auctioned off at the end, leaving at least 12 to 14 hours free. During this time, the great forces should be able to collect a lot of Saint crystals. Yin Pei was looking forward to the progress of this auction more than ever, sipping some spirit tea in a private room inside the A block as he waited quietly for the final item. The sound of wind instruments, gongs, and drums filled the air, and the noisy auction hall instantly quieted down. On the high platform, more than a dozen young girls were gracefully descending from the sky like butterflies. Each of them carried a small flower basket, and they constantly took out flower petals from the basket and scattered them down. The light from the illuminating stones on the ceiling illuminated the entire high platform, making it as bright as day, attracting everyone's attention. The fragrance of flowers filled the air as the dozen or so young girls smiled sweetly, their figures graceful, as if they were goddesses who had descended from the heavens. The young girls' long sleeves danced gracefully, their figures graceful and their dance moves beautiful, their expressions either happy or angry. After the song was over, they bowed and withdrew. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure slowly walked up to the high platform. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was dressed very generously, and her tight dress couldn't hold back her proud charm. Her two jade arms were exposed, and the lapel at her chest was split open, revealing her deep white cleavage. Her mature charm was on the verge of bursting out. Her hair was tied up in a bun behind her head, revealing her slender white neck, giving her an elegant and graceful appearance. When this beautiful woman appeared, she was even more eye-catching than the dozen or so young girls. She exuded an enchanting aura, and there seemed to be a faint halo of light flowing around her body, giving her an indescribably beautiful appearance. Chapter 1153. The beautiful woman stood on the high platform and gracefully bowed, a smile appearing on her face as her red lips gently touched and a pleasant voice rang out, "Many thanks to all of you for participating in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction this time. This mistress would like to thank all of you for coming from afar. She would also like to thank Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian Tong for his strong support. Elder Qian's contributions to this auction being able to proceed smoothly cannot go unnoticed." As soon as these words came out, the several dozen private rooms in A block and B block immediately began cursing. They had just received news from their disciples that they had been extorted by Qian Tong for 500,000 Saint Crystals just to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. Who would thank Qian Tong now? Not cursing out loud could already be considered giving Qian Tong some face due to his status, but thanking him? Thanking his grandmother. Yang Kai, who was in private room C13, looked at the beautiful woman with interest. Although he had never participated in an auction before, that didn't mean he was ignorant about it. In an auction, the auctioneer played a very important role. A good auctioneer was good at stirring up the atmosphere of the scene. Once the atmosphere was stirred up, the price of the auction items would rise sharply. This beautiful woman was so beautiful that even if she didn't say anything, she could still raise the atmosphere of the auction hall by several levels. The people from Endless Treasures Pavilion were truly sinister. The beautiful woman on the stage announced her name and modestly reviewed Treasure Trove Pavilion's lack of hospitality. Her words were very appropriate, and no one could find any fault with them. The smile on her face that was like a spring breeze made everyone feel the warmth of a guest home. Her beautiful watery eyes looked around, making everyone mistakenly think that she was looking at them, waiting for them to show their rich and imposing side. After a while, the beautiful woman suddenly changed the topic and chuckled. "Let's not waste any more time. The auction will now begin. The first item we will be auctioning today is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor." As she spoke, a woman in palace robes slowly walked over from behind, holding a jade plate in her hand. Atop this jade plate was the Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor. This artifact armor was filled with 5 colored light and exuded a strong energy fluctuation. At first glance, it was obvious it was a good defensive artifact. The beautiful woman waited for everyone to finish admiring the armor. Only then did he continue. "This 5-colored jade armor is the recent work of our Treasure Trove Pavilion's master refiner, Gong Tai Hong. Master Gong's reputation is out there, so I don't think I need to elaborate on his craftsmanship. Not only does this armor have outstanding defensive capabilities, it can also change its size. This artifact armor can be used by both men and women. The starting bid is 30,000 Saint Crystals, and each bid must not be less than 2,000 St. crystals. Please. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the woman's low price. He glanced at Young Inflammation. He remembered that when Yang Yin had refined the first batch of artifacts for him, he had refined a Saint King grade high-rank auxiliary artifact using the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly. According to Yang Yin, those wings could be sold for 30,000 Saint crystals. Although they were both Saint King grade high rank, Yang Kai felt that the pair of wings refined by Yang Yin was much better than this so-called 5-colored jade armor. Not only were they rare and beautiful, and it was even applicable. If those wings were only worth 30,000 Saint crystals, how could this 5-colored jade armor be worth that much? And this was only the starting bid? Just as he was thinking this, someone below had already begun to bid, and the price they quoted made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. 50,000. The bidder actually skipped the starting bid and raised the price by 20,000 St. crystals. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled and said, "Number 169. This friend really knows his stuff. The 5-colored jade armor has already reached 50,000. Is there anyone else?" Before she could finish, someone shouted again, 52. 55. 58. The beautiful woman no longer spoke and just stood on the high platform with a smile. She knew that in this auction, there was no need for her to say anything more. Those who wanted this artifact armor would definitely raise the price. As the price continued to rise, the cultivator participating in the auction in the hall scrambled to bid, no one willing to show weakness, but the people in the private rooms didn't show any intention to make a move. In fact, no one even made a sound. Those who could sit in private rooms were all members of famous great forces on Shadowed Star. Although this artifact armor was quite good, it wasn't worth them lowering their status to compete with the people in the hall. In room C13, Wui also looked at the 5-colored jade armor with envy, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, but the low price of 30,000 made her sigh. Yang Yin coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "How can this kind of thing sell for such a high price? There are too many people in this world who don't know what's good for them." Yang Kai also felt the same. Shadowed Star's cultivation resources were relatively scarce, especially when it came to Saint crystals. The value of a single piece of Saint crystal here was much higher than in the outside world. So for such a defensive artifact to reach such a high price, he really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. One of the female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting at the side said with a smile, they had taken a liking to Grandmaster Gong's reputation and wanted to snatch it. If it was an artifact refined by a nameless person, it would not be able to fetch such a high price. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. The celebrity effect existed everywhere. Needless to say, Gong Taihong was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so even if the artifacts he refined were flawed, they would still be snatched up by others. Naturally, the price of this artifact would be higher than the artifacts refined by other artifact refiners. However, after the price of the 5-colored jade armor rose to 80,000, the bidding voices gradually weakened. It seemed that these people weren't panicking because they had too many Saint crystals and were still somewhat rational. After a while, this 5-colored jade armor was sold for 84,000 Saint crystals and was bought by a young man in the hall. The female disciple from Treasure Trove Pavilion who had been holding the artifact armor walked off the high platform and handed it to the young man before accepting the Saint crystals. The young man gave the artifact armor to the beautiful woman who was snuggling up to him as soon as he received it, winning him a kiss on the cheek. The young man laughed heartily, as if he was the biggest winner in the world. The second auction item was a bottle of 10 King transformation pills with a base price of 10,000 Saint crystals. In the end, it was sold for 27,000 Saint crystals. Similarly, it was bought by a person in the hall. From the looks of it, this person should be from some small family who had bought these King transformation pills for their family's disciple to break through to the Saint King realm. The following items were all kinds of pills, artifacts, secret arts, martial skills, and so on. There were even some precious raw materials with varying base prices. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually heated up. Once these precious items were brought out, countless people scrambled to bid. The most expensive item even sold for 200,000 Saint crystals, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He felt that he had still underestimated the capital of the great forces on Shadowed Star. Most of his understanding of Shadowed Star came from Wu Yi's descriptions. Wu Yi's background wasn't high, so she didn't know much about the great forces, so naturally she didn't understand what kind of wealth these people possessed. But now, it seemed that there were many rich people on Shadowed Star. Inside the auction house, Yang Kai was infected by the atmosphere. Sometimes, even knowing that the items being auctioned were of no use to him, he still felt the urge to bid. Fortunately, Yang Kai was almost penniless and had no ability to participate in this auction. Even if he had the ability, he had self-control. Secretly sighing, Yang Kai understood why this auction was so popular. If an item worth 10,000 Saint crystals was taken to an auction, it could be sold for several times its original price. Auctions were definitely the best way to gather money. Yang Kai still had some sense of reason, but Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were unable to restrain themselves. The two of them were completely immersed in the bidding and weren't qualified to bid, but that didn't prevent them from gesticulating and cheering for others in the private room. Whenever someone they thought highly of failed to win an item, they would sigh in frustration. What part of them were they acting like virtuous ladies? Yang Kai's face turned red as he watched them, grabbing 2 spirit fruits and stuffing them into each of their mouths, finally shutting their chattering mouths. The 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall who were standing behind him couldn't help giggling, their shoulders trembling slightly as they tried to hold back their laughter. The auction was in full swing, and as time passed, the value of the items Treasure Trove Pavilion brought out became higher and higher. In the first 2 hours, the items being auctioned were basically auctioned off by the cultivators sitting in the hall. The great forces who owned the private rooms didn't make a move, but after 2 hours passed, the sound of bidding continued to ring out from the private rooms. The beautiful woman had been standing on the stage for a long time with a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't feel tired at all, and her words were still crisp and pleasant to the ears. At the most opportune time, she provoked the enthusiasm of those who were bidding, causing every auction item to be sold at the ideal price. There was no item that went unsold. The next item to be auctioned is a very special item. The beautiful woman opened her lips again, her seductive voice seeming to grow claws as she pulled out Saint crystals from everyone's pockets. The reason why this item is special is because its value can be high or low. While she was speaking, another woman wearing a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a jade plate in her hand. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade plate. They wanted to know what this thing was that the beautiful woman had described it so ambiguously. Arriving on the high platform, the woman in palace robes picked up the item on the jade plate, pinched it with both hands, and slowly turned it in a circle. Countless divine senses immediately swept it, and after everyone had seen it clearly, she returned the item to the jade plate. The beautiful auctioneer chuckled and said, "Everyone should have seen it clearly. This is a map fragment. The origin of this map fragment is very special. A disciple of my Treasure Trove Pavilion was out collecting auction items when he accidentally saved a person. That person was grateful to my Treasure Trove Pavilion's disciple for saving his life and had nothing else on him, so he decided to give this map fragment away. It is said that this is an ancestral artifact of his family. According to the research of many masters of my Treasure Trove Pavilion, this map fragment is only a fraction of the entire map. As for how much it is, we don't know, but this map fragment has a long history, at least several thousand years old. The place this map fragment points to is not clear, and no one knows what is hidden in that place. Perhaps there is nothing there, but perhaps there is a shocking amount of wealth, a coveted inheritance, or a top-grade artifact or secret art." Chapter 1154. The beautiful woman's melodious voice rang out, her subtle description causing the atmosphere of the scene to become even more heated. Shocking wealth, top-grade secret arts, mysterious inheritances, all of these items greatly aroused the interest of the people in the private rooms. However, everyone knew that although this woman's words were beautiful, they were actually quite unreliable. It was just a fragment of a map. Who could possibly find the right place to investigate what was hidden there? If this map fragment really had great value, it wouldn't have been put up for auction. Treasure Trove Pavilion was a powerful force, so it would naturally organize people to search for this treasure. The beautiful woman observed everyone's expressions and knew that her purpose had been achieved, so she no longer said anything and simply smiled, The base price of this map fragment is 10,000 Saint crystals. Please bid. She didn't even mention how to increase the price each time, obviously allowing everyone to bid freely. 10,000. Although it was a fragment of a map, that did not hinder its collectible value. Just because no other map fragments could be found now did not mean they could not be found in the future. Spending 10,000 Saint crystals to buy it may be a great opportunity, so as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, countless people began bidding. The beautiful woman smiled lightly and turned to someone in the hall. This friend in seat 87 is the first to bid. If anyone else wants it, please increase the price. 12,000. 15,000. Bids rang out in the hall one after another. Even those who owned private rooms began bidding one after another, but each time they didn't raise the price by much, at most 2 to 3,000 Saint crystals. The base price of 10,000 was soon raised to 50,000, then 70,000, 80,000. After 80,000, the atmosphere of the scene solidified and no one continued to bid. No one was willing to spend 80,000 Saint crystals to buy a map fragment they didn't know the purpose of. Its main value was simply to be a collection. Yang Kai shook his head and was about to say something to Wu Yi when he suddenly noticed that Yang Yan's expression was a little strange and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Yan turned his head and glanced at him before replying in the same low voice, "I seem to have a similar map fragment." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Yang Yan nodded firmly. 82,000. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly bid, but after bidding, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have so many Saint crystals and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But since the price had already been bid, it was naturally impossible to take it back. If he really did so, he would definitely be thrown out by Treasure Trove Pavilion, which would be a disgrace. The atmosphere, which had cooled down for a long time, was once again stirred up by Kai Yang's bid. The auctioneer's smile was especially brilliant. Looking towards the private room, she said in a loud voice, "The friend in room C13 has bid 82,000. Are there any higher bids?" Yang, 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 and Yang, 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 Yang. Saint. Yang Kai clearly felt that after this person bid, countless divine senses instantly gathered on him. There were only two possibilities for this person to be so determined to snatch this map fragment. Either he didn't care about the 100,000 Saint crystals and wanted to buy an opportunity to take back, or he had another map fragment. The man who called out the 100,000 price seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately lowered his head, but his appearance had already been memorized, so it was too late for him to hide it now. Yang Kai also remembered this man's appearance. He was a middle-aged man with low strength, only a first-order Saint King. He wore ordinary clothes and didn't seem to be a rich man. Does this person also have a map fragment? Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai was sure that he wasn't the only one who thought so. Many others were thinking the same thing. Once he walked out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he would likely be targeted by countless people. Buying this map fragment would be a disaster for him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Fortunately, this person had solved his crisis, otherwise, it wouldn't have been him but himself who would be targeted. However, Yang Inflammation actually had a similar map fragment, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. If these two map fragments were pieced together, perhaps he could find some clues. Yang Kai secretly wondered if he should take the map fragment from this person. If he wanted to obtain it, what kind of method should he use? It would be best not to let others find out. If, as the beautiful auctioneer said, this map fragment hid some kind of shocking wealth, on the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer's voice sounded again. 100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 100,000 going once, 100,000 going twice. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one bid, and in the end, the map fragment was bought by the middle-aged man for 100,000 Saint crystals. The woman in the palace robes brought the map fragment in front of him, took the 100,000 Saint crystals, and handed it to him, completing the transaction. After obtaining the map fragment, the middle-aged man felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He definitely wanted to leave this place immediately, but he didn't dare to act rashly and could only sit in his chair. This kind of behavior made people more and more suspicious that he really had other map fragments. The auction was still going on when suddenly, one of the two female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall took out a communication artifact, scanned it, and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, Elder Qian is outside the door. Let him in." Yang Kai just happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he hadn't expected him to come by himself. The female disciple nodded, walked over, and opened the door. Sure enough, Qian Tong was waiting outside with a smile on his face. Anyone who had plundered 30 million Saint Crystals without any effort would be like Qian Tong, grinning from ear to ear. As for Yin Pei's rumor that he had lost the initiative, Qian Tong didn't care. With this additional 30 million Saint Crystals, if the Shadow Moon Hall couldn't compete with anyone else, Qian Tong would have nothing to say. Nephew Yang, this Qian had a matter to attend to and was only able to leave now. Please forgive this Qian for neglecting Nephew Yang. Qian Tong cupped his fists and said politely, "Elder Qian is too polite. If it weren't for Elder Qian's efforts, we wouldn't be qualified to sit here." Yang Kai chuckled and said while inviting Qian Tong to sit down. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "This Qian still has to preside over the auction for the Shadow Moon Hall, so I won't disturb Nephew Yang any longer. This time, I came here specifically to thank Nephew Yang." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. "Yes, Nephew Yang, thank you for bringing a huge profit to the Shadow Moon Hall. Hehe, this is a small token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall. Please don't refuse it," Qian Tong said as he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai didn't take it and instead looked at Qian Tong and said, "Elder Qian, can you make yourself clear? I really don't know what I've done to benefit the Shadow Moon Hall." Qian Tong's words were very meaningful. He said that this was a token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall, so he wasn't representing himself, but the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai felt uneasy about accepting benefits from a great force for no reason. Moreover, he had only brought a few auction items, which could only be said to be beneficial to the Endless Treasures Pavilion. It had nothing to do with the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong seemed to know that Yang Kai didn't like to accept favors for no reason. Last time, he had given him a wild rose pill for healing, but that had been rejected by him. This time, if he didn't make things clear, Yang Kai would definitely not accept this space ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong said, "It's like this. The several auction items Nephew Yang sent over were extremely valuable. The great forces that came to participate weren't fully prepared, so they had no choice but to borrow my Heavenly Fate City's space array to return to their respective sects to raise Saint Crystals. This old master collected a small toll fee from them, a him, so a large part of this toll fee is Nephew Yang's contribution. However, these are the assets of the Shadow Moon Hall, so this old master doesn't dare to give you too much. This is just a small token of appreciation, so Nephew Yang shouldn't refuse." Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that Qian Tong would even be able to do this kind of business. He couldn't help admiring him in his heart, wondering just how many people he had offended. No wonder he had seen people going in and out of the A block and B block private rooms just now. It turned out they had gone back to raise Saint Crystals. Yang Kai was well aware of the value of the auction items he had sent over, so now that he heard Qian Tong say this, he immediately understood that he had indeed contributed greatly. No longer refusing, Yang Kai happily accepted the space ring and laughed. "Since that's the case, Junior won't be polite. Originally, I wanted to borrow some Saint Crystals from Elder Qian, but now it seems there's no need for that." Yang Kai really did want to borrow some Saint Crystals from Qian Tong. He didn't intend to participate in the auction, but the appearance of this map fragment made Yang Kai realize that there might really be something he needed here. If he saw something good but didn't have Saint Crystals to bid for it, how shabby would that be? On top of that, Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation had been so enthusiastic about cheering others on, so Yang Kai felt it was time to let them participate. But unexpectedly, Qian Tong seemed to have predicted this and sent him Saint Crystals. This made Yang Kai very happy. Qian Tong also smiled and said, "As long as you don't bid for anything too expensive, these Saint Crystals should be enough for Nephew Yang's needs." He didn't say how much he had given, and Yang Kai didn't ask for details. This kind of thing should be kept between heaven and earth. There was no need to make a big deal out of it. After all, Qian Tong had said that this was the property of Shadow Moon Hall, so him giving Yang Kai some Saint Crystals was already a great favor. At that moment, the beautiful woman on the auction stage said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is something I believe everyone will be very interested in. Friends, please prepare yourselves to bid." As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai clearly felt the atmosphere in the private rooms become dignified. Obviously, everyone had already received some gossip and knew what this item might be. On the other hand, the cultivator in the hall was confused, but that didn't stop them from looking forward to it. The woman in palace robes who was responsible for presenting the auction items once again stepped onto the high platform. A delicate jade bottle was placed on top of the jade plate. The beautiful woman picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, and shouted in a seemingly excited voice, "This time, the auction item is an origin condensing pill." Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, the audience burst into an uproar. The beautiful woman watched with a smile, very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Chapter 1155. After the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall became noisy. Inside room C13, Qian Tong hurriedly cupped his fists to Yang Kai and said, "After this auction, Nephew Yang, please don't be in a hurry to leave. This old master still has something to discuss with you. This old master has to go grab this origin condensing pill, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai did not try to persuade him to stay and simply nodded, "Elder Qian, please." Qian Tong left in a hurry. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her hand and gestured for everyone to calm down before continuing. Everyone knows the role of an origin condensing pill. It can increase a third-order Saint King cultivator's chances of breaking through to the origin returning realm. Shadowed Star is short on resources and has no origin king realm masters. Origin returning realm masters are our greatest foundation, but every year, the number of origin returning realm masters on our side is very small. The biggest reason for this is that not many people can refine an origin condensing pill. This pill is a Saint King grade high rank pill, but its refining difficulty is no less than that of an origin grade pill. The success rate of refining one is less than 20 to 30%. My treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect one. Now, the auction will begin. The base price is 100,000 Saint crystals, and each increase must be no less than 2,000. The beautiful auctioneer's words reached Yang Kai's ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. This origin condensing pill was clearly his to auction, and it was only one of 2 pills. When did Treasure Trove Pavilion spend so much effort to collect it? This woman was really lying through her teeth, but in the entire auction hall, except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else obviously did not understand the origins of this origin condensing pill. The beautiful auctioneer was obviously trying to raise the price of this origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill was equivalent to an origin returning realm master, so any great force present would want it. However, Yang Kai had clearly taken 2 origin condensing pills, but now Treasure Trove Pavilion was only throwing out 1. Obviously, they wanted to make a big deal out of the other origin condensing pill. This first origin condensing pill was just a warm-up, so even if someone tried to snatch it, it wouldn't be too difficult. A cultivator's advancement did not have to rely on elixirs. Elixirs were only supplementary means. Yang Kai's guess was correct. The competition for the origin condensing pill was indeed fierce, but the private rooms with the solemn atmosphere just now had actually refrained from making a move. On the contrary, the cultivators sitting in the hall fought to bid. In a short period of time, the starting price had soared from 100,000 to 280,000. The forces behind the cultivator were not as wealthy as the forces in the private rooms, and the number of return to origin stage cultivators they had was also very small. An origin condensing pill might not be much to a large force. After all, it could only nurture 1 return to origin stage cultivator. However, it was a different story for small forces. With 1 more return to origin stage cultivator, perhaps the status of their sect or family would rise significantly. For example, the Haiku family and the Su family both had more than a dozen third-order Saint Kings but no origin returning realm masters. If they were given an origin condensing pill, they could completely break away from the shackles of the outer forces and enter Shadow Moon Hall, enjoying a completely different treatment. That was why they were fighting over this origin condensing pill. After the price reached 280,000, the bids in the hall gradually weakened. 280,000 high-rank St. Crystals was probably the bottom line of these people. Even if they wanted it, they couldn't afford it. Number 321 has bid 280,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer once again called out sinisterly as her beautiful eyes swept around. As for the person who called out the price of 280,000, he stood up excitedly and looked left and right. His face was filled with nervousness and eagerness, as if he was afraid that someone else would make a bid to suppress him. He even impatiently shouted at the beautiful woman, "Quickly call out the number. No one is increasing the price. Hurry up." The beautiful auctioneer seemed to be very understanding as she smiled lightly and shouted, 280,000 going once. 300,000. From one of the private rooms, a low voice suddenly called out, interrupting the beautiful auctioneer's words. The beautiful auctioneer froze for a moment before turning her gaze towards the private room, a look of understanding flashing across her beautiful eyes as she waited quietly. As for the cultivator who was about to succeed, when he heard that the bid of 300,000 came from an A-class private room, he immediately sat down with a gloomy expression and hung his head dejectedly for a while. Without even mentioning the fact that someone else's bid was higher than his, the identity and status of the person in the A-block private room alone was not something he could afford to provoke. This person hadn't made a move yet, obviously not wanting to compete with the cats and dogs in the hall, and was only preparing to make the final call at the critical moment. It could be said that this person's methods were quite good. First, he gave the cultivator in the hall a chance to bid before making a strong move to show off his wealth. Sure enough, no one in the hall made another bid. The beautiful auctioneer lightly opened her mouth, preparing to call out the number again. In her mind, although an origin condensing pill was precious and rare, the price of 300,000 high-rank St. Crystals was about right. But before she could open her mouth, someone actually made a bid again, and this time the price was quite outrageous. 400,000. After the bidder made his bid, he chuckled meaningfully. An origin condensing pill is such a precious thing. Naturally, one should raise the price to their heart's content. What's the point of adding up to 10 or 20,000? These words sounded like they were mocking the cultivator in the A-block private room who had previously bid 300,000. But no one thought there was anything wrong with them because the person who made this bid was also from the A-block private room. So his status was obviously no lower than the previous bidders. On Shadowed Star, the various great forces were not harmonious. Many of them fought openly and secretly, and many of them were even life or death enemies. The smart ones had already guessed that there was some kind of grievance between these two bidders, or perhaps there was some kind of grudge between the forces they belonged to. Otherwise, why would they be so hostile? Elder Qian. Inside private room C13, Wui muttered in amazement because she recognized that the person who made the bid of 400,000 was actually Qian Tong. This old man had just left and in the blink of an eye, had suddenly become so extravagant. Where did he get so many St. Crystals from? Yang Kai's expression became strange as he frowned secretly, wondering what Qian Tong was trying to do. He clearly knew that this origin condensing pill was up for auction, so why would he deliberately raise the price so high? If he lost this pill to himself, wouldn't he be suffering a loss? Or did he really want it? If he was deliberately raising the price, then he was trying to buy it back at a high price to earn Yang Kai's favor, but thinking about it again, Qian Tong definitely knew that there was an even better origin condensing pill, so there was no need for him to do this. If he really wanted to earn Yang Kai's favor, he could have just raised the price of the other origin condensing pill. It seems that Qian Tong has some kind of grudge with the previous bidder, Yang Kai secretly guessed. 410,000. The man didn't seem to hear the ridicule in Qian Tong's words, and coldly snorted before raising the price by another 10,000, 500,000. In comparison, Qian Tong seemed much richer, continuously raising the price in round figures, causing many cultivator in the hall to secretly admire him. 510,000, 600,000. The two seemed to be competing with each other, and only the sounds of Qian Tong and the man bidding could be heard in the auction hall. The price of the origin condensing pill soared, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a dream, almost unable to believe that the pill he had casually refined was so expensive. He had asked Wu Yi before which pills were more expensive, and Wu Yi had said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. He couldn't refine an origin nirvana pill, so he had casually refined 2 origin condensing pills. He was also afraid that Yang Yan's 2 origin grade artifacts wouldn't be able to sell for too high a price, so he had tried his best. How could he have imagined that the price of an origin condensing pill would be enough to satisfy him? With 600,000 high-rank Saint crystals, he could purchase a large number of precious materials, and Yang Yin could arrange a spirit array to cover the entire Dragon Cave Mountain. On top of that, Qian Tong and the man's bids continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 710,000. Sighs rang out from countless private rooms, as if everyone thought that these two had gone crazy, actually raising the price of an origin condensing pill so high. Even if there was a deep hatred between them, they shouldn't do this. With this precedent being set, what would happen if another origin condensing pill appeared in the future? Would it be auctioned at such a high price? Only a fool would buy it. So many Saint crystals, rich people really are terrifying, Wu Yi smiled bitterly. Wu Yi smiled bitterly, thinking about how the Haiku family was struggling to earn a few thousand Saint crystals, but in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction house, there were many rich and powerful people who spent money like water. Soon, these Saint crystals will be ours, Yang Kai said, sniffing. Why? Wu Yi looked at him in amazement. That origin condensing pill is mine to auction. What? Wu Yi and Yang Yin were both stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Even the 2 women from Shadow Moon Hall couldn't help gaping slightly, as if they hadn't expected the person they were in charge of serving to be so rich. No matter what his background was, with more than 700,000 Saint crystals, his status would immediately rise. 800,000. Qian Tong's voice still sounded unhurriedly, as if he wasn't bidding 800,000, but 80,000 Saint crystals. 8,000 Saint crystals. He didn't seem to care at all. 900,000. The man competing with Qian Tong also became enraged and abandoned his previous method of increasing the price by 10,000, directly raising the price by 100,000. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Old dog Qian Tong, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you. There's no need to disgust me like this. A trivial few 100,000 Saint crystals is nothing to my sea temple." Ha ha ha. Qian Tong's laughter rang out. Zhang Huayan, what do you mean by that? Is this your first time participating in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Don't you understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? This old master likes this origin condensing pill, so naturally he can bid as much as he wants, but if you can't afford it, don't try to compete with this old master. This old master doesn't have much, but he does have a lot of Saint crystals. Ha! This old master has just picked up a few tens of millions of Saint crystals and has no place to spend them. If I don't buy something I like, what else can I do? Am I supposed to take them to my grave? As soon as these words came out, disdainful voices immediately rang out from the private rooms. The Sea Temple Master named Zhang Huai and was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The Saint crystals Qian Tong had picked up were something almost everyone in the private rooms had a share of, so naturally Sea Temple had a share as well. Taking someone else's Saint crystals and competing with them for something was simply inhumane. Qian Tong's approach was simply too immoral. Chapter 1156. Although everyone despised Qian Tong in their hearts, most of them were envious. Who told Qian Tong to seize this great opportunity to make money? Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was held every 2 or 3 years and had been held in the territories of all the great forces. Turning this kind of event into a money-making opportunity required both luck and foresight. No one spoke up for Zhang Huayan. Without even mentioning the fact that Qian Tong's words were reasonable, at an auction, it was only natural that everyone would bid for the items. On top of that, there was some grievance between Shadow Moon Hall and Sea Temple, so Qian Tong was targeting Zhang Huayan. This was already a matter between 2 great forces, so the other great forces naturally wouldn't intervene casually and wade into these muddy waters. I understand, Wu Yi suddenly said in a low voice. Understand what? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I know why Zhang Huayan is willing to pay such a high price to buy an origin condensing pill. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. He is the third temple master of Sea Temple, and I heard that he has a very favored son named Jiang Jiren. Unfortunately, Jiang Jiren's aptitude is average. Over the years, Jiang Huai and has used countless precious treasures to raise his cultivation to the Third Order Saint King realm. Unfortunately, Third Order Saint King is Jiang Jiren's bottom line. Without an origin condensing pill, he will never be able to break through to the origin returning realm. I heard that Jiang Huai has been looking everywhere for origin condensing pills and has even collected several sets of materials to refine them, but none of them have been successful. So he's determined to obtain this origin condensing pill? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly thought to himself, no wonder Qian Tong is raising the price so unscrupulously. It turns out that he has grasped Jiang Huai's weakness and isn't afraid he won't buy it. That should be the case. Sea Temple's third temple master is willing to pay such a high price because he wants to buy it for Jiang Jiren. But one should know when to stop. Jiang Huai isn't a fool. I estimate that if Elder Qian raises the price again, he might just throw this origin condensing pill into his own hands. Yang Kai was slightly worried. Qian Tong had treated him well, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want Qian Tong to suffer a loss at his hands. Wu Yi smiled. What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear Elder Qian say he picked up several tens of millions of Saint crystals? Although it's not true, Elder Qian is really rich. Oh right, how much did he give you just now? I don't. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he was still holding a space ring in his hand. Just now, Qian Tong had hurriedly left after delivering the space ring, so the auction for the origin condensing pills had begun immediately. Yang Kai's attention had been attracted by the sounds of bidding below, and he hadn't had time to check his space ring. Sweeping the contents of his space ring with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression instantly froze. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai's expression change and asked nervously. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding. Even Yang Yin was craning his neck, waiting for Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai took a deep breath and handed the space ring to them. Take a look for yourself. Wu Yi took it suspiciously, but after using her divine sense to check the number of Saint crystals inside the space ring, she couldn't help exclaiming and covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Yang Yin snatched the space ring and checked its contents, his expression not much better than Wu Yi's. 3 million high-rank Saint crystals. The space ring sent by Qian Tong contained a total of 3 million high-rank Saint crystals. This exaggerated number not only caused Wu Yi and Yang Yin to go crazy, even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had thought that Qian Tong was just being polite, giving him 200,000 or 300,000 high-rank Saint crystals at most, but it turned out to be 10 times that amount. No wonder Qian Tong said that as long as he didn't buy anything too expensive, these Saint crystals should be enough for him to spend. 3 million. Just how many things could he buy? It seems that Elder Qian really did pick up tens of millions of Saint crystals and wasn't just boasting, Yang Kai muttered to himself. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He knew that these Saint crystals were tolls collected by Qian Tong, but he hadn't expected Qian Tong to be so bold as to collect tens of millions of Saint crystals and tolls. These 3 million Saint crystals might only be a tenth of that amount. Wu Yi glanced over at the two female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall cautiously before whispering to Yang Kai, "Don't try to curry favor for no reason. Be careful." Yang Kai snorted. "What's there to be afraid of? I contributed greatly to those tolls. If it weren't for me, Elder Qian wouldn't have been able to collect so many Saint crystals. We'll take these 3 million Saint crystals with no qualms." That would be for the best. Wu Yi was still a little worried. While the three of them were talking, Qian Tong and Jiang Huai had been ridiculing each other for quite some time. Seeing that they were about to continue arguing, Yin Pei, who was drinking tea in an A-block private room, suddenly became unhappy and coldly snorted, "Are you two done yet? Everyone here is waiting to see how the auction progresses. If you really don't like each other, why don't you go out and fight? Don't waste my Treasure Trove Pavilion's time to do business." Hearing the words of Treasure Trove Pavilion's chief manager, Qian Tong and Jiang Huai finally stopped arguing. Even if they didn't give face to anyone else, they had to give face to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate in future auctions and would suffer a great loss. Many precious things on Shadowed Star were auctioned off by Treasure Trove Pavilion. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, This old master just can't stand some people being so stingy. Forget it, there's no point in arguing, it's just who gets it. Young lady, where did the origin condensing pill go? The beautiful female auctioneer pursed her lips and smiled. Elder Qian, Temple Master Jiang has bid 900,000. 900,000. What a high price. TSK. That's enough to buy 3 origin condensing pills. As soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the sound of a chair being crushed rang out from Jiang Huaiyan's private room. The Sea Temple's third temple master obviously wanted to skin Qian Tong alive. It was Qian Tong who had raised the price, but now he was making sarcastic remarks. It seemed he wouldn't give up until he angered Jiang Huaiyan to death. Qian Tong shouted again, 1 million? The audience went into an uproar again. The auction had been going on for 3 hours now, and finally, an item worth 1 million appeared. Although everyone knew that this price was much higher than the market price, this was still an auction. So with so many people competing for it, the price would naturally be higher. The sound of something breaking once again rang out from Sea Temple's tin private room. Qian Tong smiled and said, Jiang Huaiyan, don't say this old master didn't take care of you. You and I have known each other for many years. Now that we are fighting over an origin condensing pill, others will see us as a joke. This is the last time this old master will raise the price. If you can outbid this old master will give you this origin condensing pill. 1,010,000. Even if he knew that Qian Tong was trying to bargain, Jiang Huaiyan had no choice but to raise the price. At this point in the auction, it was no longer just a matter of the origin condensing pill, but also a matter of face. Moreover, Jiang Huaiyan had gone to great lengths to obtain this origin condensing pill. The herbs he had collected over the years were worth nearly 1 million Saint crystals. Now that there was a ready-made pill in front of him, of course he had to grab it. What made Jiang Huaiyan want to vomit blood was that he had clearly spent several times the price to buy this origin condensing pill, but in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, this origin condensing pill was actually being given to him by Qian Tong. If this wasn't Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, if this wasn't Heavenly Fate City, Jiang Huaiyan would have fought Qian Tong to the death. This was going too far. After the price of 1,010,000 was called out, no one else increased the price. Qian Tong also didn't say anything. The beautiful female auctioneer quickly stepped forward and shouted 3 times before the origin condensing pill was finally won by Jiang Huaiyan. If not for the 3 million Saint crystals given by Qian Tong, Yang Kai and the others would have been very happy with this additional million. But with 3 million Saint crystals in hand and now an additional million, all 3 of them remained calm. After all, once money reached a certain point, it would become nothing more than a pile of numbers. However, this didn't hinder the 3 of them from looking forward to the other auction items. Even Yang Kai was the same. He wanted to know what kind of price his other origin condensing pill would sell for, as well as Yang Yan's origin grade mid-rank artifact, both of which would definitely be quite valuable. By now, the auction had reached the second half. With the appearance of the origin condensing pill as the starting point, the second half of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was really different. Whether it was the grade or quality of the items, they were all much higher than before. So naturally, the price of these items also soared. At this point, the cultivators sitting in the hall had basically lost the qualification to participate in the auction. Now, only those in the private rooms were bidding, while the people in the hall were simply watching the fun. Almost every auction item sold for no less than 200,000 or 300,000 Saint crystals, with a few of the best items going for more than 1 million Saint crystals. This made Yang Kai sigh again. On Shadowed Star, there were still many rich people, it was just that ordinary people couldn't see them. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had brought all these rich people together. With 3 million Saint crystals on hand, there was still 1 million Saint crystals to go. Yang Yin and Wu Yi also wanted to participate in the auction, but Yang Yin was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so they naturally wouldn't bid on these artifacts. Originally, they wanted to buy some pills, but they were stopped by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so how could he let them spend their money in vain? After bidding for a while, Yang Yin could only buy some precious raw materials for arranging spirit arrays and artifact refining. A piece of star's iron the size of a human head cost 250,000 Saint crystals. 10 pieces of high-quality blue spirit would cost 370,000 Saint crystals. and some ninth-order monster beast body materials plus its monster core cost nearly 1,000,000 Saint Crystals, so the 3,000,000 Saint Crystals quickly shrank. Yang Kai didn't make a move because he didn't see what he wanted. It wasn't until a cratered stone the size of a wash basin appeared in the auction that Kai Yang bought it with a base price of 150,000 gold coins that he couldn't determine its origin and quality. According to the beautiful auctioneer, none of the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion could tell what this strange stone was, and some artifact refiners had tried to melt it but failed. Countless masters in the auction hall had also used their divine senses to investigate it, but none of them could find anything, almost making it the first item to go unsold at the auction. Because no one knew what this stone was, but something that even artifact refiners couldn't melt was obviously not ordinary, so the base price set by Treasure Trove Pavilion wasn't too low. It wasn't until the last moment that Yang Kai lazily announced the base price and easily won the auction. Chapter 1157. Everyone else thought that Yang Kai was simply burning money and wanted to buy a rare item to keep, but only Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation knew that Yang Kai wasn't acting like this because while waiting for a Treasure Trove Pavilion disciple to deliver the stone, Yang Kai's expression was clearly very excited and somewhat strange. A moment later, a woman from Treasure Trove Pavilion delivered the strange stone into private room C13. Yang Kai handed over 150,000 Saint Crystals and happily played with the strange stone for a while before storing it into his space ring. Yang Inflammation leaned over and asked softly, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "If you don't know, why did you buy it?" Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. "Although I don't know what it is, I know it's useful to me," Yang Kai said solemnly. If he didn't know it was useful to him, Yang Kai wouldn't have bought it. 150,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was not a small amount. Even if he had enough money now, he wouldn't spend it so carelessly. "Useful to you?" Yang Inflammation frowned and suddenly whispered, "Do you have exotic insects?" "Exotic insects?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzledly, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Do you know what this stone is?" Yang Inflammation nodded gently. Even the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion couldn't identify the origin of this strange stone, and none of the masters present could tell what it was either. Just how old was Yang Yin? So how could she possibly recognize it? On top of that, she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and a spirit array grandmaster. This little girl exuded a sense of mystery. Yang Kai had long guessed that Yang Inflammation was a person with a story, and now it seemed he was right. "What exactly is that stone?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice, while Wu Yi also listened carefully. "A profound insect stone." Yang Inflammation spat out these two words. "It has no use for anyone. It can only be used to cultivate some exotic insects. It is a very rare thing and contains a very mysterious energy. This energy cannot be used for artifact refining, nor can it be absorbed by a cultivator. But once you let the exotic insects settle down on it, they can quickly grow. That's why I asked you if you have any exotic insects." Yang Kai suddenly understood why the soul-devouring insects that had been living on the six-colored island in his knowledge suddenly became irritable and excited when this strange stone appeared. These soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects, so they were naturally a kind of exotic insect. These soul-devouring insects were obtained from Tongxian realm and had been living on the six-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained them, they weren't very strong, only invincible under the Saint realm. If a transcendent realm cultivator had their knowledge sea invaded by them, they would instantly die. Later, after a large-scale mutation and being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus for many years, these soul-devouring insects had become much stronger, but they were still only capable of dealing with Saint realm cultivators. Saint Kings could easily destroy them. As Yang Kai's strength improved, these soul-devouring insects had become of little use. Yang Kai didn't abandon them, though, allowing them to reproduce and develop on their own. If it weren't for the appearance of this profound insect stone today, causing the soul-devouring insects to suddenly react differently, Yang Kai would have even forgotten about their existence. It was because of the excitement of the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai had bought the profound insect stone without a trace. Now, After listening to Young Inflammation's explanation, Yang Kai immediately knew he had bought a treasure. These 150,000 Saint crystals had not been spent in vain. If the profound insect stone could really allow the soul-devouring insects to evolve further, allowing them to deal with Saint Kings and origin-returning realm cultivators, their usefulness would be enormous. What kind of exotic insects do you have? Young Inflammation asked curiously. I'll tell you when we get back. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Young Inflammation looked at him strangely but didn't say anything more. Look, that twin dagger is being auctioned. Wui suddenly called out excitedly. She knew she couldn't reveal that it was Young Inflammation who refined it, so she didn't dare mention Young Inflammation's name. Yang Kai and Young Inflammation both looked towards the auction stage and saw the twin daggers appear on the stage. Moreover, there was more than one origin-grade artifact being auctioned. A row of 12 women in palatial robes appeared, each holding a jade plate. Each jade plate held an artifact of the same grade, all of them origin-grade low rank. The aura surrounding them was extremely dense, attracting everyone's attention at once. The beautiful female auctioneer smiled again and said, "Everyone should be clear about the items being auctioned this time. These are 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Everyone present should also know that it won't be long before one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden areas, the Lu Yin Sandfield, opens. This is a great opportunity that only appears once every several hundred years. If you want to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield, you must have enough strength, and not only that, you must also have excellent equipment. These 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts were specifically collected by my treasure trove pavilion for the upcoming opening of the Lu Yin Sandfield. They are all things that can be used to protect your life. There are not many origin-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star, and my treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect these 12 artifacts, resulting in many casualties among our disciples." The beautiful female auctioneer continued to speak from the high platform, causing Yang Kai to frown as he turned to Wu Yi and asked curiously, "What are the 3 great forbidden areas?" Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "You haven't been on Shadowed Star for long, so naturally you haven't heard of them. The 3 great forbidden areas are infamous existences on Shadowed Star, and everyone who talks about them pales. The first one is the Lu Yin Sandfield she just mentioned. That place covers an unknown area and is shrouded in intense heat all year round. Even the outermost layer of this heat is not something a person can resist. There was once an origin-returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to rush into the Lu Yin Sandfield to search for treasures, but no matter how strong he was or how well prepared he was, as soon as he entered the Lu Yin Sandfield, he was melted away along with his artifacts. It's that powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. Yes, and that's only the outermost layer of this heat. It is said that if one were to venture deeper, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to resist it, but that's just a rumor. There are no Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, so no one knows how strong an Origin King Realm Master really is. Wu Yi smiled sweetly. Then why did this woman say that the Lu Yin Sandfield was about to open? Yang Kai frowned. If the Lu Yin Sandfield was really a place where death was certain, who would be so stupid as to enter? No one would complain about having a long life. Because every once in a while, the power of the flowing flame sandfield will greatly decrease. This period of time is not fixed. It may be a few dozen years, or even a few hundred years. Once the power of the flowing flame sandfield weakens, cultivators will be able to enter. I have read in my family's ancient books that the last time the flowing flame sandfield opened was 400 years ago, so no one has entered that place for 400 years. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. A place where no one had entered for 400 years. How many good things were hidden inside? No wonder the beautiful auctioneer had said that this was a great opportunity. Yang Kai knew that many precious treasures like to grow in hot environments, and the hotter they were, the more vigorous they would be. The Lu Yin Sandfield might have some of these treasures. However, what excited Yang Kai the most was not these precious treasures, but the high temperature. This place was very suitable for him to refine the profound in sunflower water. On Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao once said that if he wanted to refine the profound in sunflower water, he had to find a place with extremely high temperatures. Yang Kai had more than 20 drops of profound in sunflower water and had already collected all the materials needed to refine it. Now, all he needed to do was find a suitable place. The Lu Yin sand field undoubtedly met his requirements. As long as he could refine a single drop, his strength would definitely improve again. Wu Yi continued. The second forbidden zone is the Emperor Garden. It is said that it was once the back garden of the great emperors of Star Territory. Yang Kai was shocked. The great emperors of Star Territory? In a legendary master. It is said that many years ago, the entire Hung Luo star field was under the control of one of the great emperors of Star Territory. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this star emperor disappeared and no one knows where he went. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He had heard rumors about the star emperor before from Shen Tu on the floating continent. At that time, Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, thinking that this so-called star emperor was a fabrication, but now it seemed that there really was such a person. Because even a remote cultivation star like Shadowed Star had such a legend, it was impossible for it to be groundless. A star emperor, in charge of an entire star territory, just how powerful was that? Forget about a star emperor, even a star master was something Yang Kai had never seen before. He only knew that in order to become a star master, one needed to be at least an Origin King realm cultivator and had to take the risk of fusing with a star's source. Once one failed, even an Origin King would die. The flowing flame sand field has always existed, but no one has been able to enter it. The Emperor Garden, on the other hand, is elusive. No one knows where it is. Occasionally, it will appear for a brief moment, attracting many people to enter it, but no one has ever come out alive. Only under some special circumstances will the Emperor Garden stabilize, and once it does, it will be a great opportunity. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited when he heard this. The Star Emperor's back garden was filled with countless precious treasures. The third forbidden zone is located in the territory of the sea. It's called Serene Soul Island, which is also extremely dangerous. If the Lu Yin sand field has always existed and the Emperor Garden occasionally appears, then the Serene Soul Island is truly untraceable. No one has ever seen it, and no one has ever been able to find it. All those who have seen it have died. Wu Yi's words were filled with a gloomy aura, causing Yang Yin to shiver uncontrollably. This little girl's courage had always been quite small. Since no one has ever seen it, why does anyone know about Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Of the three great forbidden zones, he felt this one was the most unreliable. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Its existence is reasonable. Since everyone knows about Serene Soul Island, it must exist. Yang Kai didn't dwell on this issue, but the impending opening of the Lu Yin sandfield made him very excited. There was no better place to refine the profound in sunflower water than that. Zhong Ao had said that when refining the profound in sunflower water, as long as it was within the limits of one's body, the higher the temperature, the better. The higher the temperature, the better the profound in sunflower water's power would be. Should I go there when the time comes? Yang Kai thought to himself. Chapter 1158. While Yang Kai's mood was soaring, on the high platform, the beautiful female auctioneer had already begun the auction of the first Origin-grade low-rank artifact. Because of the flowing flame sandfield and the scarcity of Origin-grade artifacts, even though Treasure Trove Pavilion had displayed 12 artifacts at once, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the masters in the private rooms from bidding for them. On the contrary, it only served to further stimulate their determination to obtain them. There were only 12 Origin-grade low-rank artifacts, so once they were sold out, there would be none left. Yang Kai heard the muffled voice of Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fang Tianzhong, heard Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chang Feng proudly raise his bid, heard In Su Dai from Colored Glass Sect's In Su Dai's melodious voice, and even heard the competing voices of the young masters from other great forces. These rising stars all seemed to want to buy some Origin-grade low-rank artifacts in order to prepare for entering the flowing flame sandfield. The starting price of an Origin-grade low-rank artifact was raised to 600,000 Saint Crystals in an instant, and the bids were still increasing. Yang Kai suddenly found that he had underestimated the purchasing power of Shadowed Star's great forces and the preciousness of Origin-grade artifacts. He had thought that a Saint King-grade high-rank artifact would sell for 30 to 50,000 Saint Crystals, while an Origin-grade low-rank artifact would sell for 2 to 300,000. However, this was not the case at all. Although there was only a 1 grade difference between Origin grade low rank and Saint King grade high rank, the difference in price was like the difference between heaven and earth. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. These great forces didn't lack purchasing power. After many years of accumulation, they had accumulated a large number of Saint crystals. What they lacked was the opportunity to see something good. Once it appeared, even if they had to spend more Saint crystals, they wouldn't feel distressed. Origin grade low-rank artifacts were such good things. On Shadowed Star, the highest grade artifact refiners could reach was Origin grade low rank, but it was impossible for them to be like Yang Yin, who could guarantee success every time they refined an artifact. Just like alchemy, when an artifact refiner refined an artifact, there was a great chance that it would be damaged. Once it was damaged, not only would it be impossible to refine an artifact, but all the raw materials would also be lost. The chance of raw materials being damaged was very high, which naturally caused the price of Origin grade artifacts to remain high. The price of the first Origin grade low-rank artifact quickly broke through 1,000,000 Saint crystals, and although the number of people bidding gradually decreased, there were still some who were considering increasing the price. Yang Kai wanted to see how much this artifact could sell for, but suddenly his expression changed, and he whispered to Young Inflammation and Wu Yi, "I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." The two women looked at him in surprise, but they didn't ask anything and just nodded lightly. Yang Kai quickly left Private Room C-13 and walked straight out of the Trove of Treasures building. He lingered for a while in a shop opposite the Trove of Treasures building before he slipped into the crowd on the left. Although Yang Kai had been paying attention to the progress of the auction, he had not relaxed his observation of the cultivator who had won the map fragment. The appearance of the 12 Origin grade artifacts had caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to soar, and while most people's attention was attracted by the Origin grade artifacts, the First Order Saint King cultivator who had won the map fragment quietly left the auction hall. Obviously, he felt that this was a good opportunity to escape. Before, he had spent 100,000 Saint crystals to firmly win the map fragment, which had attracted the attention of many people. If he wasn't afraid of attracting even more attention, he would have already left. However, it was too late to leave now. A cultivator like him shouldn't have competed for this map fragment. Yang Kai's divine sense was comparable to that of an Origin returning realm master, so it was naturally easy for him to monitor such a person. Yang Kai also found that many people had the same idea as him. After he left Trove of Treasures building, one cultivator after another quietly left, all of them following behind the owner of the map fragment. Yang Kai was speechless for a while. He thought that besides himself, not many people would pay attention to this cultivator, but now he realized that it wasn't that no one was paying attention, but rather that everyone was quietly paying attention. The forces behind these people obviously believed that the owner of this map fragment had more than one map fragment. Once they obtained two, they might be able to obtain some useful clues. Yang Kai's face went black. Although there was no good way to snatch this map fragment, it was impossible for him to just give up. After all, Yang Yun definitely had a map fragment. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time and head out of Heavenly Fate City. Although the owner of the map fragment had deliberately concealed his aura along the way and tried to keep his expression normal, how could a little First Order Saint King escape the eyes of so many masters? After a stick of incense worth of time, he left Heavenly Fate City, followed by one figure after another. Yang Kai fell behind, and although many people's divine senses swept towards him, many of them Origin returning realm masters, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. 50 kilometers west of Heavenly Fate City, Falling Horse Slope. This place was desolate and filled with strange rocks. If one went further, they would arrive at a stone forest that was definitely a good place to kill and rob. Gu Xiong had noticed that someone was following him, but even if he had noticed, there was no way he could get rid of them because he knew exactly why these people were targeting him. His legs were trembling and his face was pale, wishing he could slap himself a few times. This time, when Treasure Trove Pavilion was holding an auction in Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had spent a lot of money to buy an admission token from a friend. He had also brought all the Saint crystals he had accumulated over the years with him in order to buy something good at the auction to improve his strength. But instead of buying something good, he had actually bought a broken map fragment. Only the heavens knew why he had shouted out a high price of 100,000 Saint crystals at that time. That was all of his savings, as well as the accumulation of his ancestors for generations. If he was given another chance, Gu Xiong swore he would never have entered these muddy waters. Whoever wanted to buy that broken map fragment could buy it, but he would never have bought it. Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was too late. Walking along the falling horse slope, Gu Xiong felt a chill run down his spine, as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from all directions. He didn't even dare summon his star shuttle to escape. He was sure that once he took out his star shuttle, he would die here the next moment. Looking up and seeing the stone forest 10 kilometers away, Gu Xiong stopped and didn't dare to go any further. If he went there, he would also die. A gust of wind blew past, causing Gu Xiong's clothes to flutter. Gu Xiong's already tense nerves finally reached their limit. With a plop, he knelt down. Facing the gust of wind, he cried and wailed, "Seniors, please spare this junior's life." This junior was muddle-headed and shouldn't have bought that broken map fragment. "Please spare my life. I just broke through to the Saint King realm. I don't want to die yet." The whistling wind blew Gu Xiong's cries a little off-key, adding a touch of eeriness to this desolate place. Seeing no movement from all directions, Gu Xiong knew that these people weren't afraid of him, but rather of each other. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Kai quickly took out the broken map fragment from his space ring, held it high in his hand, and continued to shout, "This map fragment is here. If any of the seniors want it, please come and take it, but please don't take this junior's life." Although no one had appeared yet, Gu Xiong could clearly sense that an invisible pressure was shooting towards him from all directions. All of these pressures swept past the map fragment in his hand, and then quickly retracted. Gu Xiong continued to cry and beg for mercy, but after a long time, he shouted again, "Seniors, I will leave this map fragment here. If any of you want it, this junior will withdraw first, okay?" Still, no one answered. Gu Xiong shouted 3 times in a row before saying in a self-deceiving manner, "If none of you have any objections, this junior will take his leave." Saying so, Yang Kai put down the map fragment in his hand on the ground, picked up a stone, and slowly stood up. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, causing Gu Xiong to fall to his knees in fright. This young man was wearing an artifact armor, so at first glance, it was obvious he was not an ordinary person. What frightened Gu Xiong the most was that behind this young man stood 2 masters with cold expressions. Judging from the auras these 2 were exuding, they were definitely 2 origin-returning realm masters. "Do you think this is an auction where shouting 3 times will result in a deal?" The young man sneered. Gu Xiong quickly waved his hand and said, "I wouldn't dare. This young master must be joking, but I've been shouting here for a long time, yet no one paid any attention to me. Young master, I'll leave this map fragment here. If you want it, feel free to take it. Just don't kill me. You're not qualified to bargain with me." The young man remained unmoved and motioned to the master behind him to pick up the map fragment. He didn't want to come out so early because there were at least 30 people lying in ambush on this falling horse slope, but seeing this timid Saint King realm cultivator really want to leave, he couldn't hold himself back and was the first to step out. One of the origin-returning realm masters behind him stepped forward, picked up the map fragment, examined it, and nodded. "It's the one that appeared at the auction." Saying so, he handed the map fragment to the young man. The young man took it and threw it into his space ring before turning to Gu Xiong and saying, "Let me see your space ring." Ah! Gu Xiong was stunned for a moment, as if this was the first time he had been robbed. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist and obediently took off his space ring and handed it to the young man. The young man swept the space ring with his divine sense, and his face suddenly became gloomy as he shouted angrily, "You don't have any other map fragments?" "I didn't say I had any." Gu Xiong defended himself weakly. "Bastard!" The young man was furious and kicked Gu Xiong in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, "If you don't have any other map fragments, why did you bid? Didn't that beautiful woman say that this map fragment contained a shocking amount of wealth, top-grade secret arts, and artifacts?" Gu Xiong felt wronged. It was precisely because he believed the words of that beautiful auctioneer that he had bid 100,000 Saint King Realm cultivator. You believed her just because she said so? The young man's expression darkened as he shouted, Do you think you can find any clues with this map fragment? Gu Xiong nodded lightly, as if this was a matter of course. Chapter 1159. The young man was speechless, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he wished he could immediately kill this idiot Gu Xiong. It was because of this idiot that he had randomly increased the price that he had come out here to enjoy the breeze. But in the end, he didn't have any other map fragments. The young man suddenly felt a sense of anger at being played, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Slowly raising his hand, the young man condensed his Saint Chi into the shape of a sword. Gu Xiong wept bitterly and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Before the young man could act, though, one of the origin returning realm masters behind him suddenly whispered, Young master, you can't kill him. The young man froze for a moment before asking, Why? If we kill him, there will be no witnesses. Others will probably think we obtained 2 map fragments. Obtaining 1 map fragment isn't a problem, but obtaining 2 will be a big problem. Hearing this, the young man thought for a while before finally understanding. Cursing loudly, he kicked Gu Xiong fiercely, threw his space ring at his face, and left. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Not long after the young man and the 2 origin returning realm masters left, another person walked out from a hidden place and came up to Gu Xiong, who was lying on the ground with a frown on his face, asking a few questions. Gu Xiong answered truthfully. The man picked up the space ring on the ground and examined it before slowly shaking his head in disappointment, tossing it to the ground and quickly leaving. A third person walked out and did exactly the same thing as the second person, followed by a fourth, a fifth. After experiencing such a huge fall from life to death, Gu Xiong's mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, but being interrogated by masters whose status and strength were far higher than his still made him feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, these people only asked him a few questions, checked his space ring, and let him go. None of them had any intention of taking his life, nor did anyone try to steal anything from his space ring. After half an hour, Yang Kai was the last to come out. Gu Xiong was already familiar with this kind of situation, so without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, he quickly explained, I don't have a second map fragment. I just listened to that beautiful woman's words and thought that with this map fragment I would be able to find shocking wealth and top-grade martial skills. My space ring is on the ground. If you want to see it, you can check it yourself. Just don't kill me. Yang Kai sighed, no longer in the mood to check Gu Xiong's space ring. So many people had seen it. If there really was a second map fragment, it would have been impossible for it not to be discovered. Next time, don't randomly buy things, Yang Kai said in a slightly amused tone. Of the dozens of people who came out, which one of them wasn't a scheming person? But they were all fooled by Gu Xiong. It wasn't that Gu Xiong's acting skills were amazing, but no one thought that this guy was such a fool. He believed the beautiful auctioneer's words so easily. Gu Xiong nodded repeatedly. I'll never buy anything at an auction again. Let's go. Yang Kai waved to him. You're lucky that no one killed you this time, but next time, it's hard to say. Yes, 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 Gu Xiong said gratefully, grabbing his space ring and scrambling away. He had been so frightened that he hadn't even realized that Yang Kai was a cultivator in the same realm as him. Otherwise, how could he have been so polite to Yang Kai? It wasn't until Gu Xiong had run far away that he summoned his star shuttle and flew away. Vaguely, Yang Kai seemed to be able to hear him crying out in fear. The map fragment that had appeared at the auction had been taken away by the first young man to appear, which made Yang Kai very depressed. Yang Kai's strength was too low right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to compete with this young man for this map fragment. The reason why the others hadn't tried to snatch it was because everyone knew that a single map fragment was useless. Otherwise, they would have already bid for it at the auction. How could it have been won by Gu Xiong? On top of that, that young man probably had some background, so naturally, they wouldn't easily offend the force behind him for a useless map fragment. Now, it seemed that the map fragment would have been better off in Gu Xiong's hands. Now that it had been taken away by that young man, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to retrieve it in a short time. Fortunately, He had already memorized the other party's appearance, so it wouldn't be too late to think of a way later. After pondering for a while, Young Kai returned to Heavenly Fate City again and headed straight to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Inside room C-13, Young Kai pushed open the door, sat down on his chair, and took a sip of spirit tea. Seeing Wu Yi and Young Inflammation both immersed in excitement, he couldn't help asking, "How did the auction go?" "You're back?" Wu Yi and Young Inflammation seemed to have just noticed Young Kai, Wu Yi smiling widely and saying, "The price was unexpected. Each artifact sold for more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Now, the one being auctioned is the twin daggers." "Oh?" Young Kai raised his head and looked down. Sure enough, next to the beautiful auctioneer was the final two-pronged daggers, but what surprised him was that no one was bidding for it. "What's the price?" Young Kai thought that it was impossible for such an artifact to go unsold. 2,100,000. Wu Yi replied excitedly, not waiting for Young Kai to ask again before taking the initiative to explain. "The grade of the twin daggers is close to origin grade mid-rank, much better than the previous 11. So the price is also much higher. It seems the people here are quite knowledgeable." At that moment, the beautiful female auctioneer shouted, 2,100,000 going once, 2,100,000 going twice, 2,100,000 going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the friend in private room C-3 for winning the exquisite twin daggers. This mistress wishes this friend great success in the Lu Yin Sandfield and a fruitful return. The beautiful woman said a few pleasantries with a smile. She had the woman from the Treasure Trove Pavilion carry the exquisite twin forks to private room B3 with a jade plate. "Oh, C3, not colored glass sect?" Young Kai was stunned. He thought that this exquisite twin dagger would be won by In Su Dai of colored glass sect. After all, it was an artifact suitable for women, but he remembered that In Su Dai's colored glass sect was in a private room in the A block. "Why colored glass sect?" Wu Yi was puzzled. "It's nothing." Young Kai smiled lightly. Young Kai went out for a stroll. This round of 12 origin grade low-rank artifacts had been auctioned off, so the next item to be auctioned was actually a pill, an origin grade low-rank pill at that. Treasure Trove Pavilion had made ample preparations for this auction and was certain that the Lu Yin Sandfield was about to open, so none of the great forces would be stingy with money. As long as there was something good, there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it for a high price. As such, after the origin grade low-rank artifacts were auctioned off, origin grade low-rank pills were immediately put on the stage, once again igniting the hot atmosphere in the auction hall. Young Kai had a profound understanding of just how expensive origin grade pills were here. A bottle of 10 pills that could quickly supplement one St. Chi sold for a high price of 600,000 St. Chi, averaging out to 60,000 per pill. The wild rose pills that could be used to heal wounds also sold for a bottle of 10 pills, even more expensive than ordinary pills, selling for a total of 730,000 per bottle. 5 meridian pills that could repair meridians sold for 800,000 St. Chi. The most expensive of all was the snow and ice pill that could help a cultivator disperse the heat, selling for 1,100,000 St. Chi. Lu Yin Sandfield was filled with scorching heat, so the snow and ice pill had a great effect there. As such, as soon as this pill appeared, it was almost immediately snatched up by the great forces. A total of 5 bottles were auctioned off, each one selling for a higher price than the last. Pills weren't like artifacts. As long as an artifact wasn't damaged, it could be used countless times. But once a pill was consumed, it would be gone. In order to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield, these great forces had spared no expense. Normally, although these origin grade pills were precious, it was impossible for them to sell for such a high price. However, in this favorable environment, Treasure Trove Pavilion was able to sell these pills for 3 or 4 times the usual price. The beautiful female auctioneer stood on the stage and smiled brightly, her face flushed red. After more than an hour, all the origin grade low-rank pills were auctioned off, and every great force in the private rooms had more or less gained something, so everyone was happy. Just when many people thought that the auction had come to an end, the beautiful female auctioneer spoke once more in a delicate voice. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. The next item to be auctioned is the finale of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction." As soon as the words finale were spoken, the entire auction hall fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard as countless eyes focused on the beautiful female auctioneer. A few keen cultivators even noticed that the beautiful female auctioneer's voice was trembling slightly and immediately understood that the finale of this auction was quite extraordinary. Because this matter is of great importance, the auction of this finale item will be personally presided over by my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grand Manager, Manager Yin Pei. Manager Yin, please. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she stepped aside and looked in a certain direction with a smile. Yin Pei's face was dark and his expression was cold as he strode over from that direction. Yin Pei is actually presiding over this auction himself. Not only was there a flurry of discussion in the auction hall, but even the private rooms were filled with whispers. Old Blackface Yin Pei was known as the blackest and most ruthless auctioneer in Endless Treasures Pavilion. In the past, every time he presided over an auction, he would rip off the bidders until they wished they were dead. In recent years, Yin Pei had grown older and his status had risen, so he rarely appeared at auctions. No one had expected that Yin Pei, who had not presided over an auction for many years, would actually appear in person this time. Everyone knew that since he had appeared, the auction hall would be filled with a bloody storm. For a time, all the Master Realm Masters in the private rooms wore bitter looks as they touched their space rings and sighed, secretly worrying about the Saint Crystals in their space rings. That thing actually became the finale item. Inside room C-13, Wu Yi and Yang Yin looked at each other and almost jumped up in excitement. Not to mention the grade of this artifact, just the fact that it was the finale of the auction had already raised its price by a huge margin. The two women could almost imagine that after this auction, they would definitely become rich women. Yang Yin was already calculating how many precious materials she should buy. Private Room A-5 was a private room belonging to Shadow Moon Hall. At this moment, in addition to Qian Tong, there were 5 or 6 young people inside, all of whom were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall. However, only a man and a woman were qualified to sit next to Qian Tong. The man was handsome and his eyes shone with a reserved light, indicating he was a third-order Saint King cultivator. The woman was slender, had a picturesque face, and was also a third-order Saint King. However, her aura wasn't as reserved as the man's and was instead more flamboyant, obviously because she had just broken through not long ago. Chapter 1160. The status of this man and woman in Shadow Moon Hall was obviously not low. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to sit next to Qian Tong. When the other young disciples standing next to them looked at the two of them, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. Elder Qian, you have a good relationship with Manager Yin. Do you know what this finale item is? One of the female disciples standing nearby asked curiously. Qian Tong's expression was serious, as if he hadn't heard the female disciple's words. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help holding their breaths, feeling more and more that this finale item was extraordinary. Elder Qian Tong definitely knew some inside information, otherwise, he wouldn't have such a dignified look on his face. Luo Qing. Qian Tong suddenly shouted. Disciple is here, Luo Qing, who had been standing to the side, quickly stepped forward. How many Saint Crystals did you raise? Luo Qing quickly replied respectfully, Disciple has followed Elder's instructions and managed to raise 50 million Saint Crystals, but a large part of it was transferred from the sect. 50 million? Qian Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. I still have nearly 30 million, so we have about 80 million Saint Crystals. Inside the private room, most people were shocked. Even if they were from Shadow Moon Hall and had high status in the sect, 80 million Saint Crystals still shocked them. What shocked them even more, though, was that Qian Tong actually muttered to himself, I wonder if that's enough. The beautiful woman sitting next to Qian Tong finally couldn't help asking, Master, what is this finale item? Even 80 million Saint Crystals isn't enough? She wasn't the only one who was curious. Even the other handsome man who had been wearing a calm expression was curious, turning his head to look at Qian Tong, hoping he could explain. From the start of the auction until now, the most expensive item up for auction was the exquisite twin forks that had been auctioned before, but that had only sold for 2.1 million Saint Crystals. Could the finale be an Origin King grade artifact? If it really was an Origin King grade artifact, 80 million Saint crystals might not be enough, but where would Treasure Trove Pavilion find such an item? You don't understand. Qian Tong laughed bitterly. 80 million seems like a lot, but other people probably have even more. My Shadow Moon Hall is one of the great forces on Shadowed Star. However, compared to Thunder Typhoon Sect, Star Emperor Sect, and Heaven Battling Union, there was still a gap between them and Colored Glass Sect. Grand Fire Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Floating Mist Palace, and the other great forces are also stronger than us. I'm just afraid they've collected even more Saint Crystals. Master, what exactly is that thing? The delicate and pretty girl asked again. See for yourself. Qian Tong was not in the mood to answer. Because even if he answered, these juniors might not be able to recognize the value of that thing. It would be easier for them to understand if he explained it after everyone had started to fight for it. The people in the private rooms no longer spoke and all turned their eyes towards the auction stage. Black-faced Yin Pei stood there, his eyes sweeping around as he loudly declared, "This old master, Yin Pei, would like to thank everyone for participating in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction this time. The auction has progressed to this point, and this old master is generally satisfied. The only thing that displeases this old master is that everyone is holding their wallets too tightly. This old master hopes that everyone can bring out the imposing manner and boldness of a great sect and great force. There is no need to give face to others or my Treasure Trove Pavilion. If you fancy something, so what if you go bankrupt? As long as you can obtain it, it's fine." Yin Pei's blunt words made all the experts in the private room suck in a breath of cold air. This old black face harbored evil intentions. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he would only give up after all of them went bankrupt. It was truly too vicious. There were even many people who had the thought of immediately leaving this place. If they stayed, they might really go bankrupt. Yin Pei, however, did not give them a chance and continued, "Without further ado, I will now introduce this auction's finale item." With a wave of his hand, a woman in palace robes immediately walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, causing everyone to grit their teeth in anger. The woman in palace robes stood in front of Yin Pei, and Yin Pei loudly declared, "Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully." Saying so, she lifted the red cloth and revealed a long red whip on the jade plate. This long whip's shape was smooth, with sections like a scorpion's tail that were tightly connected without any gaps. The tip of the whip was like a sharp spike that flickered with a dark green light. At a glance, it was clear that this spike was extremely poisonous. "Dragon Beating Whip!" Yin Pei shouted. In room C-13, Yang Kai had just taken a sip of tea when he heard the name Yin Pei gave to this long red whip and almost spat it out. The Treasure Trove Pavilion had given the previous twin prongs the exquisite twin prongs. It wasn't a bad name, but it was a mediocre name. This long red whip was called Dragon Beating Whip by Yin Pei, a truly domineering name. Old Black Face's face was really thick, daring to give it such a name. Burning gazes came from all directions as countless divine senses swept over this item, causing the sounds of discussion to ring out in the private rooms of the hall. Yin Pei quickly shouted, "This is a genuine origin-grade mid-rank artifact. According to the appraisal of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grandmasters, the main material of this whip is the tail of the 9th Order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, supplemented by a variety of origin-grade ores. This old master will not explain what an origin-grade mid-rank artifact represents, as everyone here should be clear in their hearts. This is a work of art that far surpasses the standard of artifact refining on Shadowed Star. This whip is over 20 meters long and can be changed in length by pouring Saint Qi into it. What's more, the Grandmaster who refined this dragon-beating whip perfectly preserved the toxicity of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's tail. Although it is somewhat sinister, it greatly increases the power of this dragon-beating whip." Yin Pei said as he picked up the dragon-beating whip from the jade plate and swung it around the high platform, letting everyone feel the power of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Sure enough, upon seeing the power of this dragon-beating whip, countless people's breathing became rapid. After a while, Yin Pei put the dragon-beating whip back. At that moment, a voice rang out from one of the private rooms in a block. Manager Yin, is this the thing you said would make us go bankrupt? Although origin-grade mid-rank artifacts are rare, they aren't enough to break our bones. I thought Treasure Trove Pavilion had collected an Origin King-grade artifact this time. We were all looking forward to it, but it turned out to be just an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Yin Pei stood there, as if he hadn't heard anything, only a faint sneer on his face. The people in the private rooms had all received the news in advance and had ordered people to collect Saint Crystals, but no one knew what kind of precious item Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken out this time. After all, this was a secret, so Yin Pei wouldn't spread it around. He also believed that with Qian Tong's shrewdness, it was impossible for them to leak any information to others. Each of them had collected a lot of Saint Crystals, but now they only had a single origin-grade mid-rank artifact, which was naturally disappointing and made them feel like they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, this artifact still had to be snatched. With an origin-grade mid-rank artifact in front of them, even if they couldn't win it, they had to raise the price as much as possible to make others suffer. For a time, everyone secretly waited with the mentality of harming others without benefiting themselves. Yin Pei then said something that made everyone cough up blood. This artifact is most suitable for women. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can buy it and give it to a woman you like. This old master can guarantee that any man who buys it will be able to win the heart of a beautiful woman. Disrespectful old bastard. Inside the private room of Colored Glass Sect, In Su Dai ground her teeth and cursed. The reason she hadn't snatched the exquisite twin daggers just now was because she wanted to wait and see if there was anything better coming up. Sure enough, now that the Dragon Striker Whip had appeared, she had secretly made up her mind to snatch this Dragon Striker Whip. She also believed that with her popularity, once she made a bid, many people would give up trying to compete with her, but she hadn't expected Yin Pei to say such words. Wasn't this just creating a lot of competition for her? A middle-aged woman next to In Su Dai gently patted her hand and comforted her. Rest assured, we'll definitely win it. Thank you. Second, madam. In Su Dai smiled sweetly. Dragon Striker Whip, starting price 1 million. Each increase must be no less than 100,000. Everyone, make your bids. Yin Pei had said everything he needed to say and had roused the mood of the crowd, so now it was time to watch people fight to the death. This was his favorite part of the auction. Every time someone fought to the death, he would feel happy and feel many years younger. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of bidding immediately rang out from the various private rooms. 1,100,000, 1,300,000, 1,500,000, 2 million. The masters who had been constantly belittling this Dragon Striker Whip seemed to have forgotten what they had just said and began bidding with red eyes. Not only were there masters and masters from various great forces participating in this bidding war, but there were also some rising stars among them. I bid 2,100,000. Chu Changfeng of Heaven Battling Union was always so confident in his bid, as if he was born to be superior to others, as if others should give in to him. 2,300,000. The one who opposed Chu Changfeng was always Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. The two of them came from one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, so their reputation and strength were on par, so neither of them feared the other. Brother Fang, why do you want to buy this Dragon Striker Whip? It's not suitable for you. Isn't it just a waste of money? Chu Changfeng grinned meaningfully and continued to bid. 2,500,000. I can't use it, but you can? 2,800,000. Fang Tianzhong did not back down. I'm naturally buying it as a gift. I heard that junior sister Yin of Colored Glass Sect is currently in need of an artifact, so this junior brother wants to use this opportunity to offer Buddha 3 million. This was a blatant display of love, and it was done in front of all the masters from Shadowed Star's great forces, causing many of them to hiss in disbelief. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, the middle-aged woman's face went cold while In Su Dai's expression was also very unpleasant. She didn't want to be involved in any scandals because of today's events, so she softly said, Brother Chu's good intentions, Su Dai appreciates, but if I want this Dragon Striker Whip, naturally I will bid for it. 3,200,000. Chapter 1161. Insudai didn't want to bid so early because she really liked this Dragon Striker whip. She had never owned an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact before, and now that she was entering the Lu Yin Sandfield, who knew what kind of dangers she would encounter? Having such an artifact would greatly increase her safety. However, Chu Changfeng had actually led the topic to her, which really annoyed Insudai. Even if she didn't want to bid, she had no choice but to do so. Although Colored Glass Sect wasn't as strong as Heaven Battling Union, it still had the ability to buy an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact, so there was no need for Chu Changfeng to cause such a stir and ruin the reputation of her sect. As soon as Insudai bid, everyone knew what she was thinking. Obviously, she didn't want to accept Chu Changfeng's favor. For a time, many people cast meaningful glances towards Heaven Battling Union's private room, showing gloating expressions. Chu Changfeng, however, didn't care at all and simply declared, "Since Junior Sister Yin wants to bid, this Chu will not overstep his authority. Junior Sister Zhu wins this treasure, so I ask everyone to show mercy. Junior Sister Yin rarely bids, so please don't disappoint her." His words were spoken casually, but these half-harsh, half-soft words still made many people unhappy. There was nothing they could do about it, though. After all, this man was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Only Thunder Typhoon Sect and Star Emperor Sect could be compared to Heaven Battling Union. These three great forces were recognized as the most powerful on Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after Chu Changfeng finished speaking, no one in the noisy auction hall increased the price. Even Feng Tianzhong, who had been opposing him tit for tat, fell silent. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, the delicate woman stared at the Dragon Striker whip with a look of excitement. Qian Tong glanced over at her and asked, "Xian, do you want this artifact?" The delicate woman called Xian, Er's beautiful eyes flashed for a moment before she shook her head. "Xian, doesn't want it." "You really don't want it?" Qian Tong asked. "If you want it, we can bid for it now." The woman smiled lightly. "It's true, master. If it was just an ordinary Origin-grade mid-rank whip, I would still want it, but the poisonous spike at its end is quite insidious, so Xian doesn't want it." The handsome young man who had not spoken until now grinned and said, "Junior Sister Xian has a kind heart. Even if she encounters injured animals, she will bring them back for treatment. That poisonous spike at the end of the whip really is quite a contrast with her temperament. I like Junior Sister Xian most." Hearing the young man say such words in front of so many people, the delicate and pretty woman couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Xian's to you test to be to her, to be to herself to not toot. How could he not know that his disciple's words were an excuse? But Xian's dies would of course is Xian's too. After all, Insudai had already started bidding, and Chu Changfeng was obviously helping her. These two juniors were playing an ambiguous game, so Qian Tong didn't put them in his eyes. He believed that even if he bid for this whip, he wouldn't really offend Colored Glass Sect and Heaven Battling Union. But what if he spent St. Crystals now and didn't have enough St. Crystals to buy the final item? It was precisely because Qian Tong knew better than anyone how precious the final auction item was that Shadow Moon Hall hadn't made a single move during this Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction and had instead been saving their strength for the final battle. His disciple's understanding made Qian Tong feel both warm and bitter. He was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. When had he ever had to think twice before buying an artifact for his disciple? Just as he was feeling sad, the handsome young man suddenly shouted, 3,500,000. The appearance of this price caused the originally quiet auction hall to once again burst into discussion. Like I said, it's impossible for an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact to sell for only 3,200,000. Finally, someone has increased the price. Who is this? So bold. Isn't he afraid of being targeted by Chu Changfeng? He's also from an A-block private room, not a small force. What's there to be afraid of? This is Shadow Moon Hall's private room. I remember Qian Tong's voice coming from inside. The one who bid is the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang. His personal strength is no worse than Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng's. It's him? Then he must be buying it for Dong Xianer. I heard that the two of them grew up together and have long since developed feelings for each other. I wonder if that's true or not. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Dong Xin'er looked at Wei Guchang in amazement, seemingly not having expected him to directly bid. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "If you want it, we'll bid for it. No need to care about others." Saying so, he turned to Qian Tong and asked, "Elder Qian, can I mobilize these several million Saint crystals?" Qian Tong smiled lightly, "Yes." He was greatly relieved. Dong Xin'er was his disciple, and although he and Wei Guchang were not master and disciple, Qian Tong had been teaching him cultivation for many years. Although they were not master and disciple, their relationship was closer than that. Both of them had excellent aptitude, and Qian Tong felt that if they had not been born on Shadowed Star and had instead been born outside, they would have had greater achievements in the future. What satisfied Qian Tong the most was that Wei Guchang took good care of Dong Xin'er, doting on her like an elder brother and tolerating some of Dong Xin'er's personality. On top of that, Dong Xin'er also had a calm temperament and did not have the shortcomings of disciples from great forces. It could be said that these two disciples were the most outstanding in Shadow Moon Hall and were regarded by Qian Tong as the sect's greatest hope. Now that Wei Guchang was participating in this auction for Dong Xin'er, Qian Tong naturally supported him. 4 million. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, In Su Dai's voice called out again. Although her voice was flat, In Su Dai inside the private room was secretly gnashing her teeth. Originally, if not for Wei Guchang's bid, she might have been able to buy the Dragon Striker Whip for 3.2 million Saint crystals, but now that Wei Guchang had jumped out, the price had increased significantly. It was tantamount to spending money in vain. On the high platform, the black-faced Yin Pei was calm and unmoving like a mountain. Only when he wasn't paying attention would the corners of his mouth curl up into a faint sneer, which would disappear immediately. An Origin-grade mid-rank artifact, wanting to buy it for between 3 million and 4 million? If this old master doesn't sell it for more than 10 million today, this old master won't be called the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Just now, even if Wei Guchang hadn't bid, someone else would have, so Blackface Yin Pei wasn't worried about this Dragon Striker Whip selling for a low price. 4.2 million. Inside Shadow Moon Hall's private room, Wei Guchang raised the price again almost without hesitation. 4.5 million. In Su Dai also seemed to have become angry, and although her voice was still soft and pleasant, her tone was quite anxious. Wei Guchang was about to raise the price again when Qian Tong suddenly shook his head. "Don't bid anymore." Wei Guchang looked at Qian Tong and asked puzzledly, "Why? Even if this Dragon Striker Whip is sold for a few million, it won't be expensive." "Yes, but if it ends up in our hands, we will lose the qualification to compete for the final item. And, do you think old Yin Pei is a vegetarian? He will make Colored Glass Sect bleed. There's no need for us to participate." "There's another auction item?" Wei Guchang was shocked, and Dong Xin'er also asked curiously, "Didn't Senior Yin just say that this was the finale of the auction? Can't the finale have 2 items?" Qian Tong grinned meaningfully before turning to Wei Guchang and saying, "Xian already understands your intentions. That's enough. There's no need to continue bidding." "I understand." Wei Guchang wasn't a person like Chu Chang Feng who acted wantonly to win a smile from a beautiful woman. So when Qian Tong said so, he immediately understood the elder's meaning and no longer increased the price. With Wei Guchang not bidding, everyone thought he had withdrawn from the competition and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Blackface Yin Pei rolled his eyes towards the box in Shadow Moon Hall and spat disdainfully. "Old dog, how cunning." He didn't seem to realize that he and Qian Tong were both difficult to deal with. One had released some news in advance in order to maximize the benefits of this auction item, while the other had directly collected tolls from Heavenly Fate City Space Array, causing the various great forces to cry for their mothers and fathers without anyone to complain. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Pei looked around the auction hall and saw only the sounds of discussion. No one from any of the private rooms had any intention to bid, causing him to secretly feel annoyed. Just as he was about to use the cards he had arranged to raise the price of the Dragon Striker Whip, someone suddenly shouted, "Excuse me for 6 million. This voice came from AB Block private room, and no one knew if he was talking about offending In Su Dai or Chu Chang Feng. In any case, before anyone had even started bidding, this man's momentum was already weaker than the others. It was likely that the person in this private room really wanted to bid for the Dragon Striker whip but felt a little uneasy, so he first spoke up to show weakness so others wouldn't try to settle accounts with him. Sure enough, as soon as this voice came out, Chu Changfeng's cold snort came from Heaven Battling Union's private room, the threat in his voice obvious. Just now, when Wei Guchang participated in the auction, although Chu Changfeng was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. After all, Shadow Moon Hall's strength wasn't weak and Wei Guchang was bidding for Dong Xiner, so it was reasonable. But now a person from AB Block private room had jumped out to question his prestige, naturally causing Chu Changfeng's anger to erupt. He had clearly said just now that his junior sister Yin liked this Dragon Striker whip and had politely asked them to be lenient. But now there were so many people who didn't have eyes looking for trouble. Just as Chu Changfeng was about to say a few words to show off, Yin Sudai's slightly angry voice rang out from Colored Glass Sect's private room, 5 million? Looking at this situation, Yin Sudai was determined to win this Dragon Striker whip. She hadn't bid for the origin grade low-rank artifact that had appeared before, so it was impossible for her to miss this opportunity. As soon as the price of 5 million was announced, the B Block private room went silent, either because there were no more Saint Crystals to bid, or because they were wary of Chu Changfeng's cold snort. Of course, the latter was more likely. Inside the auction hall, there was another awkward silence. After the price of 5 million was called, no one continued to bid. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully, his expression flickering a few times before he suddenly called out a shocking price, 6 million. Chapter 1162. The auction for the Dragon Striker whip had always been stable, and although the price was rising steadily, everyone's bids were still reasonable, only increasing by 200,000 or 300,000. However, Yang Kai had suddenly bid 6 million, a full million higher than Yin Sudai's bid. The audience was once again in an uproar. On the auction stage, the beautiful woman who had presided over the auction before glanced at Old Yin Pei suspiciously, thinking that this was some kind of shill arranged by Old Yin Pei, but this shill was obviously too obvious. How could she have known that Yin Pei would actually shake his head slowly, meaning that the shill she had arranged was not in that private room, causing the beautiful woman to be stunned. Inside room C13, hearing Yang Kai actually bid a high price of 6 million, Wu Yi and Yang Yin both covered their mouths and stared at him in amazement, not knowing what he was trying to do. 6 million. If this Dragon Striker whip fell into their hands, wouldn't they have nowhere to cry? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with confidence. He believed that the price of this Dragon Striker whip was more than 6 million. At the very least, it was more than that on this occasion. Since participating in this auction, Yang Kai had already estimated the value of various artifacts and found that there was a huge difference from his initial estimate. He had thought that the origin grade low-rank artifacts would only sell for 200,000 or 300,000 Saint Crystals, but each one had sold for more than 1 million. The twin daggers refined by Yang Yin had sold for a high price of 2.1 million Saint Crystals. Now that the Dragon Striker whip was a genuine origin grade mid-rank artifact, how could it only sell for a few million Saint Crystals? It was possible for it to sell for 10 million Saint Crystals. If it weren't for Chu Changfeng's words, there would definitely be countless people bidding for this Dragon Striker whip, causing its price to skyrocket. However, because of Chu Changfeng's words, there were very few people bidding now, none of them willing to offend Yang Kai and Yin Sudai of Colored Glass Sect, resulting in an awkward silence. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Chu Changfeng, nor did he have the slightest friendship with Yin Sudai, so of course he wouldn't allow his things to be taken advantage of by strangers. Since no one was willing to bid, Yang Kai had no choice but to bid. At worst, he would buy back the Dragon Striker whip, but he couldn't allow others to take advantage of it. You sure talk big. 6 million, can you take it out? Chu Changfeng's cold voice called out from the private room, apparently feeling that a person from the C Block private room couldn't afford so many Saint Crystals. What does it have to do with you whether others can take it out or not? If he can't take it out, Treasure Trove Pavilion will naturally make him pay the price. If you want to bid, then bid. So much nonsense, Fong Tianzhong said mockingly. Brother Fong, this has nothing to do with you, right? Why are you talking so much? Chu Changfeng's voice became even colder. Normally, He and Fang Tianzhong were at loggerheads, but at this time, the other party was actually trying to humiliate him, making Chu Changfeng unable to bear it. I just don't like the way some people behave. Juniors, don't be so condescending. If you dare to be so long-winded again, then both of you will be chased out of Treasure Trove Pavilion and never allowed to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions again. Yin Pei snorted coldly. Since old Yin Pei had spoken, no one dared to refuse, so Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong quickly apologized. Yin Pei nodded slightly and said loudly, 6 million for room C13. Are there any higher bids? 5 million. Chu Changfeng immediately increased the price. Before Yang Kai could open his mouth though, Fang Tianzhong's voice rang out, 7 million. Without waiting for Chu Changfeng to bid again, Yang Kai ruthlessly shouted, 8 million. Ha ha ha, I can't let you juniors steal the limelight. This old master bids 5 million. Qian Tong's laughter rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment, thought about it for a moment, smiled slightly, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and leisurely said to Wu Yi in young inflammation, get ready to collect your money, it's about time. Qian Tong had already bid 5 million. He wasn't bidding for the sake of bidding, but rather to draw attention and hatred to himself, immediately increasing the price after Yang Kai made his bid. Qian Tong was a very good person, and this favor was something Yang Kai would accept. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er both looked at Qian Tong in confusion, not knowing why he had suddenly participated in the auction. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. Qian Tong naturally had his reasons for doing so. The auction of the Dragon Striker Whip was quite dramatic. At the beginning of the auction, not many people dared to ask about this origin-grade mid-rank offensive artifact, but no one could have imagined that at the end, its price would soar, each increase shocking everyone. After Qian Tong bid 5 million, In Su Dai immediately followed up with a bid of 9 million, eventually winning the bid. Although the Dragon Striker Whip didn't reach 10 million, this price still shocked countless people. 9 million. How many great forces on Shadowed Star could afford such a price? Inside private room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yin were both stunned. Their faces flushed with excitement as they clenched their fists tightly and stared towards Yang Kai in worship. If it weren't for Yang Kai stirring up trouble at the end, this Dragon Striker Whip would only have sold for 5 million, but now it had sold for nearly double that price. Counting the Origin Condensing Pill and the Twin Daggers from before, the three of them had reaped a huge harvest from this auction. 10 million high-rank Saint Crystals had been obtained so easily. In the past, neither of them had even dared to dream of such a thing. Do you think 10 million is too much? Yang Kai chuckled. 10 million isn't too much? Wu Yi was stunned. Then how much do you want? Just watch, there's something even more terrifying. Yang Kai took a sip of tea as he stared up at the high platform with a slightly excited expression. He could vaguely feel that this final item would fetch a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip. Although he didn't know what kind of final price it would sell for, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had put it up for auction after the Dragon Striker Whip, its value was indisputable. On the high platform, Yin Pei lightly coughed and announced, the next item to be auctioned is the finale. While he was speaking, the beautiful auctioneer from before personally carried a jade plate in front of Yin Pei. Everyone could see that the beautiful auctioneer's delicate body was slightly trembling, and the hand that held the jade plate was also trembling. This scene made the experts in the various private rooms extremely curious. This beautiful auctioneer was a member of the Endless Treasures Pavilion and could be considered as someone who had seen the world and had rich experience. Just what could actually make her so excited? The smile on her pretty face seemed a little stiff. Everyone, please look. Yin Pei lifted the red cloth covering the jade plate, and the final auction item immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a transparent bottle that was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This bottle was definitely of great value, but what attracted everyone's attention was not the bottle, but the pill lying quietly inside. This pill was round and full, and there were clear crisscrossing lines on its surface, similar to the meridians of a human body. Pill veins. An origin condensing pill with pill veins. Countless cries of alarm rang out from all directions. At this moment, all the major private rooms were filled with varying degrees of commotion. Some people crushed the chairs they were sitting on, some overturned tables, and some broke teacups. At this moment, the various masters of Shadowed Star could no longer remain calm. They, who had always been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them, were now like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, panicking and making a fool of themselves. The cultivators in the hall were also in an uproar. An origin condensing pill had been auctioned off in the middle of the auction and was bought by Sea Temple's third temple master Jiang Huai and for a price of 1.01 million saint stones. Now that another origin condensing pill had appeared, everyone naturally recognized it. However, this origin condensing pill was clearly different from the previous one. It was an origin condensing pill with pill veins. An origin condensing pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill and was extremely difficult to refine. Only origin grade low-rank alchemists could refine it, but an origin condensing pill with pill veins was something even origin king grade alchemists could not necessarily refine. At this moment, one had appeared on the auction stage. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew out from all directions, each of them concealing their auras and their eyes flashing like lightning. These people were all origin returning realm masters of Endless Treasures Pavilion. They flew out and stood on the high platform, surrounding the origin condensing pill with dignified expressions on their faces, as if they would kill anyone who dared to approach. The murderous aura exuding from their bodies was so dense that it was almost tangible, causing the entire auction hall to instantly fall silent. When the masters in the private rooms saw this scene, their emotions gradually calmed down and they slowly took their seats, but their brows were still filled with shock and determination. They finally understood why Yin Pei had sent them a message and told them to go back and collect Saint Crystals. It turned out that the real finale of the auction was not the Dragon Striker Whip, but this origin condensing pill with pill veins. Such an origin condensing pill was absolutely priceless and worth all of them going bankrupt. Yin Pei looked around and waited for everyone's emotions to calm down and the noisy auction hall to fall silent before proudly declaring, "Did everyone see it clearly? Since everyone has seen it clearly, we won't waste any more time and will now begin the auction for this origin condensing pill. The starting price is 5 million, and each increase must be no less than 500,000. As soon as Yin Pei's voice fell, countless bids rang out from all directions, many times more intense than any of the previous auction items. On top of that, every person who called out a price was full of vigor and momentum. Those big shots all personally participated in the auction. There were too many bids being called out, and almost every private room had someone calling out a price. Yin Pei didn't pay any attention to them and simply turned his eyes to the highest bidder. 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. In less than 10 breaths of time, the price of this origin condensing pill had already reached 30 million. What's more, the sounds of bidding still did not weaken and were still as intense and fierce as before. Every time the price increased, it was terrifying to the extreme, increasing by the millions. Yin Pei didn't even have time to interrupt, nor did he need to deliberately say anything. All he needed to do was look around, and everyone else would automatically increase the price. 35 million. 40 million. The price rose straight up without stopping, then 50 million, 60 million. Chapter 11, 63. Treasure Trove Pavilion would hold an auction every 2 or 3 years, but there were very few auctions where the competition was as fierce as today's. Many of the cultivator spectators in the hall had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. The numbers being reported from the private rooms made them feel like they were in a dream, unable to believe what they were seeing. If they hadn't happened to attend this auction, none of them would have known that these great forces had such a powerful heritage. After 60 million, many of the elders in the private rooms sighed sadly and withdrew from the competition. This number was a watershed, enough to make 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star sigh. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, In Su Dai's pretty face was filled with shock. When someone bid 50 million, Colored Glass Sect had already given up. The middle-aged woman sitting next to In Su Dai sighed heavily and smiled bitterly. "Let's just watch the show." "Second, madam." Have these people gone crazy? Even if an origin condensing pill with pill veins is valuable, it shouldn't be so expensive, right? Why are they acting so crazily? In Su Dai turned her head and asked the middle-aged woman. Not only was In Su Dai asking this question, but all the leading figures of the younger generation in the private rooms were also asking the same question. None of them understood why their elders were spending so much money to bid for an origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill could only increase the chances of a third-order Saint King cultivator breaking through to the origin returning realm. It wasn't an origin nirvana pill. If it were an origin nirvana pill that could increase a third-order origin returning realm cultivator's breakthrough to the origin king realm, everyone could understand why they were bidding so high. But this was clearly just an origin condensing pill. Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xin'er all looked towards their respective elders, hoping they could solve their doubts. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, after Qian Tong called out the price of 65 million, he took a moment to say, "Do you think everyone is just bidding for an origin condensing pill? You're wrong. This origin condensing pill has formed pill veins and can definitely allow a third-order Saint King realm cultivator to smoothly break through to the origin returning realm. If this was the extent of its true value, then it wouldn't be too expensive, at most 2 million to 3 million Saint crystals. Its true value is that it is rumored to be able to develop the full potential of a cultivator. Think about it. If it really has such an effect, then after a cultivator takes this origin condensing pill, their future cultivation will be smooth sailing. Perhaps after reaching the third-order origin returning realm, they will be able to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star and break through to the origin king realm." Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er were both shocked, the former asking in horror, "Elder, do you mean to say that they are not bidding for a pill that can create an origin returning realm master, but for a chance to become an origin king?" "Indeed." Qian Tong nodded seriously. "You juniors don't understand the true value of this pill, so I don't blame you. But us seniors have studied the origin king realm for hundreds of years. Before us, there were many seniors who spent even more time searching for a way to break through to the origin king realm. Taking an origin condensing pill that has formed pill veins is one of the feasible methods. Whether this method can succeed or not, no one knows, but even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must try to seize it." There was no origin king realm on Shadowed Star, but once an origin king appeared, they could dominate all of Shadowed Star. For this possibility, what was a few million Saint crystals? As long as they could dominate Shadowed Star, these Saint crystals could be taken back at any time. "Disciple understands." Wei Guchang nodded lightly. Qian Tong glanced at him and smiled. "An origin condensing pill can only be taken by a third-order Saint King cultivator, so we are bidding for it now for the younger disciples of our respective sects. In my Shadow Moon Hall, only you and Xian are qualified to take it, but your aptitude is better than Xian-er's, so if you can obtain it, this origin condensing pill will be yours. You don't have to worry about that." Wei Guchang grinned. "Disciple doesn't think so. If we can obtain it, either Xian-er or I can take it." His expression was calm, without the slightest pretense, and after exchanging a glance with Dong Xin'er, the two of them smiled at each other. Qian Tong nodded with satisfaction. He was very confident about these two disciples of his. He believed that even if this origin condensing pill was sold to him, the two of them would still try to push it out of each other's hands. It was impossible for senior brother and junior sister to become enemies over a single pill. However, whether he could obtain it or not, Qian Tong wasn't sure. There were only 5 forces still bidding right now: Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sea Temple, and Shadow Moon Hall. All the other great forces had already lost their qualifications. If it weren't for Qian Tong collecting so many tolls before, Shadow Moon Hall would have withdrawn. But even so, Qian Tong wasn't confident he could obtain it. Now that the price of this origin condensing pill had reached 68 million, he only had 80 million Saint crystals left, which would soon break through the bottom line he could afford. Qian Tong frowned anxiously as he glanced over at Luo Qing standing next to him, wishing he could beat this bastard up again. Feeling the elder's malicious gaze, Luo Qing couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know how he had offended the elder, but it seemed the elder found him particularly unpleasant today. 70 million. From Heaven Battling Union's private room, a vigorous bid rang out. It should be one of the elders of Heaven Battling Union. In a game of this level, a junior like Chu Chong Feng wasn't qualified to bid. 75 million. Heaven Battling Union's bid was immediately refreshed, and the person from Private Room A1 followed decisively without the slightest hesitation. Inside Private Room C13, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this price. Like Wei Guchong, Dong Xiner, and the others, he didn't understand why these people were acting so crazily. It was as if they had lost all sense of reason. In his opinion, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had used this origin condensing pill as the final auction item, it would definitely sell for a higher price than the Dragon Striker whip, but this price was simply too outrageous. He had once again misjudged the value of the item he had taken out. With such a situation occurring, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't his fault, and that there was something else he didn't understand. How could he have known that the cultivator on Shadowed Star would actually use an origin condensing pill that had formed pill veins to develop the potential of a cultivator in order to reach the Origin King realm? At this moment, Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing that he hadn't refined both origin condensing pills with pill veins. At that time, in order to participate in the auction, he had deliberately refined an ordinary origin condensing pill and one with pill veins. His original intention was just to get some Saint Crystals for Yang Yin to buy the materials he needed to arrange the spirit array, but in the end, he had obtained a shocking amount of money. Yang Kai, don't tell us this origin condensing pill was also auctioned by you. Wu Yi bit her red lip lightly as she turned to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Haha. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Wu Yi and Yang Yin both covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise and shock. Compared with the price of this origin condensing pill, the 10 million or so Saint Crystals they had obtained before was nothing. The bidding continued, and Yin Pei's black face showed a rare blush as he stood on the high platform and smiled. Only 5 forces were bidding, each of them exerting their full strength. After the price reached 80 million, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to withdraw one after another, deep sighs coming from their private rooms. Such a price had exceeded their bottom line. After these 2 forces withdrew, only Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect remained. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 private rooms they had been assigned. Every time they increased the price, the people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect would hesitate for a long time before bidding again. On the other hand, the one private room belonging to Star Emperor Sect increased the price as decisively as ever, demonstrating their boldness and wealth. Yang Kai had noticed this private room a long time ago. From beginning to end, it seemed they had only purchased some origin-grade artifacts and pills. After asking Wu Yi, Yang Kai learned that this was Star Emperor Sect's private room. Moreover, according to Wu Yi, although Star Emperor Sect was one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, its people rarely appeared outside. It seemed that there weren't many people in Star Emperor Sect, most of them in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain. The reason for this name was that the founders of Star Emperor Sect had obtained some of the Star Emperor's inheritances, and all of them claimed to be the Star Emperor's disciples. Under normal circumstances, Star Emperor Sect would not have any conflicts with other great forces, and could be considered a relatively peaceful sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them because it was rumored that they had many top masters at the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. After another stick of incense worth of time, the price of the origin condensing pill rose to 90 million Saint Crystals, the price quoted by Thunder Typhoon Sect. 100 million. The one private room directly raised the price by 10 million, showing great determination and courage. Inside Thunder Typhoon Sect's private room, the master who bid smiled bitterly, knowing that even if he increased the price again, Star Emperor Sect would still compete, so he could only loudly announce, Thunder Typhoon Sect withdraws from the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Battling Union also announced their withdrawal from the competition. Spending 100 million Saint Crystals to buy a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, and even if it succeeded, it would be at least a few hundred years later. Who knew what would happen in a few hundred years? Perhaps some other more effective method would be found. After weighing the pros and cons, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union naturally decided not to bid again. Yin Pei also knew that no one was richer than Star Emperor Sect, so he stepped forward and quickly shouted 3 times. The entire auction ended with Star Emperor Sect's final victory. Congratulations to Star Emperor Sect for winning the finale of the auction, rang out one after another from the private rooms. Naturally, people from Treasure Trove Pavilion went to Star Emperor Sect's private room to hand over the goods. Yin Pei stood on the high platform and announced the perfect end of the auction, once again thanking all the great forces for coming, winning him a round of applause and greetings. The people in the auction hall got up and left one after another, and the masters in the private rooms also left one after another. Yang Kai's group of 3 didn't move. Qian Tong had said before that they shouldn't rush to leave after the auction was over, as he still had something to say. Yang Kai also happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he naturally stayed behind. Chapter 1164. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong remained motionless for a long time, a faint look of annoyance appearing on his face. If he had known that even after receiving 30 million spirit stones, he still wouldn't have been able to obtain the origin condensing pill, Qian Tong would have definitely bought the Dragon Striker whip for his disciple. Now that he had obtained nothing, he naturally felt some regret. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, Qian Tong turned to the Shadow Moon Hall disciples standing nearby and said, "You can go back first. The Lu Yin Sandfield will open soon. After you go back, make sure to cultivate well." The disciples nodded and left, leaving only Wei Guchang behind. Qian Tong got up and said, "You too, come with me. I'll take you to see someone." Yes, Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er obediently followed behind him. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi took out some Saint crystals and gave them to the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting nearby, sending them away under their joyful thanks. The 3 of them waited for a long time, but Qian Tong didn't arrive. Just as they were feeling bored, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi, and she immediately ran over to open the door. Qian Tong walked in with a smile on his face, a young man and a young woman behind him. "Nephew Yang, I've kept you waiting." Qian Tong cupped his fists and politely greeted. "Senior is too polite. Junior has nothing to do anyway." Yang Kai got up and greeted him. Hearing Yang Kai's change in address, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and his smile became wider. Before, Yang Kai had always called him Elder Qian, but now he had become senior, obviously with a trace of respect. How could Qian Tong not understand that it was because of his help this time that Yang Kai was somewhat grateful to him? He didn't point it out and sat down at Yang Kai's invitation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er, who had been following behind Qian Tong, wore strange expressions on their faces. Originally, when Qian Tong said he was taking them to see someone, they thought they were going to meet an elder of some family, but when they arrived, they discovered that the person they were going to meet was actually a young man who was younger than them and whose strength wasn't too high, only a first-order Saint King. What did such a person have to be treated so seriously by the elders? The 2 of them had followed Qian Tong for a long time. From Qian Tong's words and demeanor, they could even sense a hint of caution. He was definitely not someone from the 3 top forces. Where did this guy come from? "These 2 are..." Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er suspiciously. Although he had already guessed their identities, it was better to pretend that he didn't know. Why did Qian Tong bring them here? However, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he immediately understood Qian Tong's intentions. Qian Tong also seemed to have just remembered and chuckled. "I forgot to introduce them to nephew." Pointing to the handsome man, he said, "This is my Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciple in several hundred years, Wei Guchang." Then, he pointed to the woman and said, "This is this old master's inferior disciple, Dong Xin'er. You two, quickly greet brother Yang Kai." When Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er heard Qian Tong's introduction, they were secretly shocked. It had always been the juniors who bowed to their seniors. Among those of the same generation, the order of greeting was based on their cultivation and status. This guy named Yang Kai was a nobody, and his cultivation was much lower than the 2 of them. Why did the elder want them to greet him first? Thinking so, the 2 of them were stunned for a moment. For the first time, they didn't act according to Qian Tong's instructions. Seeing this, how could Qian Tong not know what they were puzzled about? Although these two disciples had good temperaments and didn't have the bad attitudes of disciples from other great forces, they also had their own pride. It could be said that even if Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng were standing here, they weren't qualified to make these two lower their statuses. After all, these people were all peers. Qian Tong was secretly anxious, fearing that the two's attitude would displease Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was displeased, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Qian Tong was also annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have made things clear to them before coming here and wouldn't have made things so awkward. Yang Kai, however, didn't care and just chuckled and cupped his fists. So it is brother Wei. I have long heard of your great name. He had only heard of Wei Guchang's name today, so although he didn't mean what he said, Qian Tong still had to give face. Wei Guchang gently nodded and also cupped his fists, but didn't say anything. Yang Kai then turned to Dong Xiner and said, "Greetings, Dong Xiner." Dong Xiner gracefully returned the gesture and, like Wei Guchang, didn't say anything. Qian Tong laughed and said, "This Qian is old, but you are about the same age. In the future, you should get to know each other better." Yang Kai didn't say anything. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner also didn't say anything. They didn't feel that there was a need for them to get close to Yang Kai. Although the elders seemed to think highly of this person, only the strong could win their respect. If it was only because of status, no matter how high one's birth was, it wasn't worth it for them to bow and bend their knees. Qian Tong also seemed to feel that he didn't handle this matter well. Originally, he brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner to find Yang Kai because he felt that they were about the same age and it would be easy to make friends with them. As long as they made friends with Yang Kai, they wouldn't have to worry about not getting benefits in the future. However, he found that he had underestimated the arrogance of his two disciples. Immediately, his interest waned and he had them wait outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner bowed and left, as if they had come here just to see Yang Kai. After they left, Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, "We've shown nephew Yang a disgrace. This old master has failed to discipline his disciples properly." Yang Kai shook his head. "Today, I also saw a lot of shadowed stars' young talents. To be honest, these two gave me a better impression than the others." There was no need to mention Chu Changfeng. Yang Kai hated this kind of person. When Feng Tianzhong confronted Chu Changfeng in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he didn't care about others at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's strength, he would have made a fool of himself on the spot, causing Yang Kai to have a bad impression of him. In Su Dai also didn't look like a good woman. Although she was young, she was quite tactful. At the very least, Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner didn't have the shortcomings of these people. Their temperaments were also relatively straightforward. Otherwise, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Of course, Yang Kai was just comforting Qian Tong. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to make friends with these two. These two had their own pride, but so did Yang Kai. No one was perfect. Sure enough, Yang Kai's words completely relieved Qian Tong, and he began chatting with Yang Kai with a smile on his face. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, before the auction began, Senior said he had something to discuss with me. What is it?" Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression became solemn as he asked, "Has nephew Yang heard of Lu Yin Sandfield?" Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise, wondering if the matter he wanted to discuss with him was the same one he wanted to discuss with him. Nodding gently, Yang Kai replied, "I've heard of it and know about its strangeness." "Good." Qian Tong took a sip of tea before continuing to ask, "I wonder if nephew Yang would like to go to the Lu Yin Sandfield? What does senior mean?" Although Yang Kai wanted to go there, he didn't want to immediately express his intentions. He didn't know why Qian Tong had specifically come to him to discuss this. "Nephew Yang, please don't misunderstand." Qian Tong smiled. "Originally, this old master wouldn't recommend you to go to a place like the Lu Yin Sandfield. After all, it is too dangerous. Every time someone enters it, they suffer heavy losses. 60% of those who come out alive are already very good. But I heard that nephew Yang once killed a third-order Saint King cultivator. Is that true?" Indeed. Although Qian Tong had heard about this from Luo Qing, hearing Yang Kai admitted himself still surprised him. He immediately understood that Yang Kai's combat strength was also very good. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill a cultivator above his own realm. If that's the case, Nephew Yang is qualified to go there. I just don't know if you want to go, but if you do, this old master can arrange for you to enter. Yang Kai frowned. Are there any restrictions on entering that place? He thought that once the Lu Yin sandfield opened, all he needed to do was find a place to enter, so he wanted to ask Qian Tong about its location and opening time. Naturally, there are restrictions. Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. You don't think that place is open to everyone, do you? I only know that it can only be entered at special times. Qian Tong laughed. It seems that Nephew Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yin sandfield. Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai immediately asked for guidance. The Lu Yin sandfield can only be entered at special times, but not everyone can go there. First, origin returning realm cultivators cannot enter. If they enter, they will die without a doubt. Qian Tong said seriously. Why? Yang Kai was shocked. Because of Sure. Sure is a power unique to an origin returning realm cultivator, but the Lu Yin sandfield doesn't seem to allow Sure to exist. Once an origin returning realm cultivator enters, whether they use their Sure or not, they will immediately be burned to death. Yang Kai's face paled as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to use Sure during his retreat some time ago. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. It seemed that there were gains and losses in everything. To the side, Wu Yi and Yang Yin were dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know about this either. This was discovered by the seniors on Shadowed Star at the cost of many lives. Qian Tong sighed slightly. Moreover, the Lu Yin sandfield is useless to those with low strength. When it is open, the power of the heat is indeed reduced greatly, but it is still not something a Saint Realm cultivator can resist. That's why all those who go to the Lu Yin sandfield are Saint Kings. Nephew Yang is only a first-order Saint King. If this old master didn't know you could fight those above your realm, he wouldn't have dared mention this matter to you. Of course, whether you want to go or not is up to you. I want to go. Such a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it be a great loss if I didn't go? Yang Kai grinned. That place was an excellent place to refine the profound in sunflower water. Qian Tong looked at him approvingly. I knew Nephew Yang wasn't a mediocre person. Since you've decided to go, take one of my Shadow Moon Hall spots. In any case, my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't lack spots. Chapter 1165. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, turning to Qian Tong and asking, is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the Lu Yin sandfield? That's what this old master wanted to tell you. Qian Tong nodded. In fact, when the Lu Yin sandfield first opened, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter, but as you know, Shadowed Star is short on cultivation resources. The higher the quality of the things, the fewer there are. The Lu Yin sandfield is one of the 3 great restricted zones, so naturally, there are many good things inside. All the great forces are coveting that place, so a problem arises. A long time ago, when the Lu Yin sandfield opened, all the Saint King realm cultivators who were qualified to enter entered at once. With so many people entering, everyone's harvest became smaller and smaller, so the next time the Lu Yin sandfield opened, no one would be able to obtain anything. Excessive mining can indeed cause such a problem. Yang Kai nodded. What Nephew Yang says is correct. So the great forces on Shadowed Star joined forces to set some restrictions on the Lu Yin sandfield. That is, each force cannot send too many people into the sandfield. For example, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect are allowed to send 60 people into the sandfield, while lesser forces such as my Shadow Moon Hall are allowed to send 50 people in. Even smaller forces can only send 2 or 3 people into the sandfield. On the one hand, this is to reduce the loss of Saint King Realm cultivators on Shadowed Star, and on the other hand, to maintain the number of precious treasures in the Lu Yin sandfield. After thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, all the great forces have been very conscientious. Every time the Lu Yin sandfield opens, they will select people according to this quota, so there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Qian Tong continued, even so, every time the Lu Yin sandfield opens, no less than 10,000 people enter. However, the Lu Yin desert is very big. No one knows how big it is, so even if 10,000 people enter it, it won't matter. At this point, Yang Kai immediately understood what Qian Tong meant. If he wanted to enter, he would have to use one of the slots in the Shadow Moon Hall. However, the Shadow Moon Hall could accommodate 50 people, so one slot was not a problem. Moreover, if you want to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield, you can't go anywhere. You have to go through some special places. The forbidden area of the Lu Yin Sandfield is very strange. We once suspected that it was a huge formation set up by a powerful person in antiquity times, but we couldn't find a way to break it. When the power of its heat weakens, there will be some weak links similar to the formation door in different places. Those who enter must go through these weak links to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield. Otherwise, they can't enter. Yang Kai heard what Qian Tong said and immediately understood that he had underestimated the problem. Entering the Lu Yin Sandfield required a slot, and it had to be done at a special time and through a special place. It was not like what he thought before, that once the Lu Yin Sandfield opened, he could enter at will. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior, I want to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield. I will have to trouble you." Qian Tong laughed. "Nephew Yang is too polite. If I had treated you as an outsider, this old master would not have said so much to you today. But since you intend to enter this place, leave the rest to this old master. I will make sure you are satisfied." He was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask him for help. Although Qian Tong felt that he had confided in Yang Kai and sincerely wanted to make friends with him, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not appreciate it. After all, young people were proud and arrogant. It was normal that they did not care about old men like him. Now that Yang Kai wanted to ask him for help, he was naturally happy. Changing the topic, Qian Tong said, "But nephew, if you want to enter, you have to be fully prepared." "What do I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked modestly. "You must refine some secret treasures that can resist the heat. If you don't have a suitable secret treasure, I can provide you with some ice monster beast body materials. Secret treasures refined from these materials are most suitable for use in the Lu Yin Sandfield. I have also prepared a lot of materials, so you don't have to worry about not having enough." Yang Kai was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart moved. He thoughtfully asked, "Brother Wei and Miss Dong are also going to the Lu Yin Sandfield, right?" Qian Tong nodded. "Of course. Although that place is dangerous, they are the two most outstanding disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. How can they grow without experiencing some hardships?" "Then the secret treasures they have," Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "I have purchased a few, but most of them are Saint King grade high rank. I don't know how useful they will be." My Shadow Moon Hall originally had an origin grade artifact refiner, but he is too old to perform artifact refining." Yang Kai raised his brow. "If Senior is not worried, you might as well give the ice monster beast body materials to me. In a few days, I will give them 2 origin grade secret treasures to protect themselves." Qian Tong had already determined that there was an origin grade artifact refiner behind him, so Yang Kai didn't need to hide it. Moreover, he had deliberately said that he had collected a lot of materials, obviously intending to ask his imaginary master to refine them. Qian Tong had helped him a lot these days, providing him with a spot to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield and all kinds of information, so Yang Kai didn't mind returning the favor. If others respect him, he would respect him tenfold. Sure enough, seeing that Yang Kai was so thoughtful, Qian Tong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured. This old master can rest assured. Ha 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 ha, then I'll have to trouble nephew Yang." Just now, he had been thinking about what to do if Yang Kai couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. For the future of Shadow Moon Hall, he could only put down his old face and ask for help directly. He hadn't expected that just by saying a few words in a roundabout way, Yang Kai would actually understand. Saying so, Qian Tong directly took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. He had already prepared the materials and was just waiting for this moment to come. Moreover, he had deliberately brought Wei Guchong and Dong Xin'er here. On the one hand, he wanted to let them meet Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yang Kai to help him refine the secret treasures. Unfortunately, those two didn't have good eyesight and wasted Qian Tong's painstaking efforts. Yang Kai took the space ring and glanced through it casually, quickly discovering a large number of monster beast materials exuding a cold aura. Judging from the richness of this aura, it was definitely a 9th-order monster beast. Even the monster beast's monster core was inside. Shadowed Star didn't lack alchemy and artifact refining raw materials. What it lacked was high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. With so many materials, it was enough to refine 4 or 5 secret treasures. Nephew Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. This old master is very grateful. Senior has helped me a lot, so there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know. Qian Tong nodded repeatedly. Although Yang Kai was just being polite, he felt very comfortable listening to him. By the way, Senior, when will the Lu Yin Sandfield open? Yang Kai asked. Qian Tong hesitated for a moment before replying, this kind of thing is hard to say. It may take 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 or 4 months, depending on when the power of the heat weakens. However, you can rest assured, the Lu Yin Sandfield is surrounded by masters from various great forces who are constantly monitoring it. Once it opens, we'll receive news and it won't be too late to set off. You should take advantage of this time to recover your strength. Once I receive news, I'll inform you immediately. Saying so, Qian Tong handed a communication artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring. At that moment, there was a knock on the door again. Wu walked over and opened the door, only to see Luo Qing walk in with a cautious expression on his face. Qian Tong smiled and said, it must be that old dog Yin Pei who asked Luo Qing to deliver the Saint Crystals. Yang Kai's spirit shook while Wu Yi and Yang Yan's beautiful eyes also lit up. At the auction, Yang Kai had sent 4 items to Qian Tong, each of which had sold for a high price. It wasn't until now that the total amount of Saint Crystals had been settled. Yang Kai had been waiting here not only to wait for Qian Tong, but also to wait for his earnings. Thinking about the hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, even Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Luo Qing stepped forward and respectfully placed a space ring on the table before saying, Manager Yin said that there should be 165.045 million Saint Crystals, but because of the huge amount of Saint Crystals being auctioned, the total amount is 107 million Saint Crystals. Brother Yang, please count them. 107 million. Yang Kai frowned. This number was somewhat wrong. Qian Tong thought about it for a moment before explaining with a smile. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions charge a processing fee of 10% of the auction proceeds, which is to say, out of 100 million Saint Crystals, they will take 10 million. Too greedy. Wu Yi and Yang Yin exclaimed in unison. 10 million Saint Crystals gone just like that, causing them to feel distressed. Qian Tong continued, however, Yin Pei seems to have only taken half of it this time. At least he still has a bit of conscience and probably wants to cooperate with you more in the future. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There won't be such good things in the future. That origin condensing pill was obtained by Master by chance and is the only one of its kind. However, Senior, why are they so frantically competing for that origin condensing pill with pill veins? Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Kai's face, Qian Tong laughed and said, Gu Chong and Xian also asked this old master this question before. After explaining the reason, Yang Kai understood that it wasn't that these people were crazy, but rather that they were too obsessed with the pursuit of the Origin King realm, so they didn't care how many Saint Crystals they had to pay. After knowing this, Yang Kai's heart settled. An origin condensing pill with pill veins was something he could refine at any time with his alchemy skills, but he was currently missing one of the main ingredients to refine this origin condensing pill. There were countless precious treasures in his black book space, thousands of origin grade herbs, and 200 to 300 origin king grade herbs, but only 2 stalks of emerald silkgrass, which were necessary to refine the origin condensing pill, had been used up. So, before he obtained the emerald silkgrass, Yang Kai couldn't refine an origin condensing pill, so naturally, he wouldn't have a chance to cooperate with Treasure Trove Pavilion. What's more, now that he had over 100 million Saint Crystals, he didn't need to sell anything. Even Shadow Moon Hall couldn't take out 100 million Saint Crystals. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.